One, two, three, 1, 2, 3.
Eddie, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Sound check clear. Do you hear me?
Eddie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Testing, test.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Commissioner, thank you for a pizza.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, silence your phone, girl. I had to tell her, oh, my niece told me what she made, but I'm not getting them until January. So why was she Yeah, yeah, now I put a face with the name. Don't you think you could represent by doing layers? And that's who I had it on Zoom.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Whoever wants to buy it, and it's What did you say? They're right here on the first page of the agenda. Public hearing. Oh, yes. The other guys who could want it. Yeah. The other guy that's in that meeting now. Yeah. But we used to be the guys. What's his name? They can't stop. And it's not only been Denny, but I look through yeah. The mask to have. Which one? Better not.
We good? We ready? Well, you tell me when. Is all set? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to start the regular city commission meeting for December 12th, 2023 at 7:03 PM. Can we please have roll call?
Commissioner Drosky,
Here?
Commissioner Hudak,
Here.
Commissioner Preston,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Here.
Mayor Gans.
Here. And before we stand for our moment of silence and our pledge of allegiance, I'd like us all to keep in our thoughts Connie Beauchamp, who was a longtime Deerfield Beach resident who lived over off Southwest 4th Terrace and fought for her neighborhood and fought against that terrible project that had come up years ago along Dixie Highway. And she passed away recently. We'd like to remember her. So please stand. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So cool.
Just a reminder, please silence your cell phones
Cell phone is on your way.
and your voice as well.
Thank
Good.
you.
We have approval of our city commission meeting minutes for the regular city commission of October 17th, 2023.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Preston, seconded by Vice Mayor Parnas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Acknowledgement of our city board meeting minutes are our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee meeting minutes of August 7th, 2023. Our non-uniform employees retirement committee meeting from August 14th, 2023. Community Redevelopment Agency meeting minutes of August 29th, 2023. Firefighter Pension Fund meeting minutes of September 11th, 2023. Hillsborough Inlet District meeting minutes of October 16th. Marine Advisory Board meeting minutes of October 19th. Code Compliance meeting minutes of October 23rd. And our Community Appearance Board meeting minutes of October 25th and November 8th.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Approval of our agenda tonight for December 12th, 2023.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Madam Clerk.
For those attending via Zoom online wishing to speak on the item, please click raise hand at the bottom under the reactions tab and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Gaines. For those attending via Zoom by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Gaines. Please make sure your audio is muted on your end by pressing *6. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the first item tonight on the commission agenda is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, considering a major site plan from Intercoastal Properties for LLC to demolish 2 existing duplexes and construct 3 new townhome units and associated site improvements on the property located at 513, 525, through 525 Northeast 19th Avenue and 1867 Northeast Fifth Street, application number 22-RM10-47, providing for conflict severability and an effective date. Representative here tonight. Great. Sir, after you state your name and your address for the record, you do have the right to a more formal quasi judicial proceeding where we swear in witnesses, cross-examine, et cetera, or you could choose to waive that right and do the more informal proceeding.
I will.
Let me know if you choose to waive after you state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm John Reed, 1 West Camino Rio, Boca Raton. I'm the architect of the project representing Bova on his triplex. And I guess waive the fee or waive the right for
A formal proceeding. Thank you.
yes. This property is he's looking to knock down there's currently 2 duplexes there. He's looking at building 3 townhomes. He is going to be occupying the north end one. On the screen, he'll be occupying the north end, and his family has first rights at the other 2, but after that, they go for sale. He wanted to do something neat, different, sculptural, and we were a little too modern in the beginning, and then we learned about the Cove Overlay District, so we softened it up, reduced the colors, less modern, you might say, a little more coastal, and it's 3 unique. His idea wasn't to make it look like typical townhouses, though. We wanted a nice architectural piece, a nice sculpture. So we did that. I don't know if you can go to any of the 3-dimensional drawings we have, but so his idea was to create 3 unique places along the waterfront. And I think there's some 3D drawings, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. And I think that a couple more. So there was some darker colors, but we lightened it up for the Cove Overlay District. But, he didn't want your typical 3 townhouses where they look like 3 separate units. We wanted to create one nice sculpture.
Commissioner Huda?
Are there any variances that are being requested for this site?
No.
Commissioner, any other comments for the public? Okay, Vice Mayor?
Prior, there was 4 duplexes.
No, I believe it's 2 duplexes.
So for 4 residences, and now you're going to 3.
Correct, we're
Less
downsizing.
dense.
Yes,
Same area, but less dense.
yes.
Thank you.
Going to open to the public. Does anyone from the public that care to comment on this item?
Rita Massey, 349 Northeast 19th Avenue. I'm very, very happy that the Bovas decided to build this. It definitely will enhance the neighborhood and Deerfield, and of course, increase our tax rolls, which is always good. And he's going to do a beautiful job, and he's going to be my neighbor, so I'm very happy about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rita. Good to see you. Anyone else from the public?
Daniel Shinetsky, 34 Keswick B, Deerfield Beach, 33442. I recently went to a planning and zoning, Deerfield Beach Planning and Zoning meeting, and they was talking about property that's very, very close to it. And I just want to bring up something. the chairperson had said in property that is very, I think, adjacent to the property that you're going to be voting on, they said, number one, the chairperson had done a Google search of that area, and they said he went 8 houses in one direction, 8 houses in the other direction, and basically said he only saw 2 homesteads. He said the rest of them seemed to be all rentals, so that the fact that this will probably a homestead would be very beneficial to Deerfield Beach. That's number one. And number two, the vice chairman of Planning and Zoning made also a very excellent comment. He said, listen, this project had gone through all the avenues that it needed to. Community appearance board, went through fire code, went through building inspection, and it's all up to code. There were nothing askew in anything. So basically, he said, they did everything they were supposed to do. This is property of theirs. And as long as it's all in sync with the code and regulation, there's no reason why it shouldn't be approved. I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else from the public?
Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Howard Hamowitz, 536 Northeast 20th Avenue, 1 block to the east. I heartily endorse Al and Christine Bova's new home and development presented here. It is beautiful to look at, increases property values, and most of all, reduces the impact on traffic and resources because it is actually less residential dwellings than what it replaces. Gentlemen, the challenge is coming to the barrier island of pedestrian safety on these narrow streets because there are no existing sidewalks save for the ones being added by a given project. Water pressure, increased traffic, and especially the scourge of Airbnbs are significant. They will destroy the Key West nature of the barrier island, lead to a poor existence for residents as well as our important tourism. There is nothing stopping many carpetbagging 49ers from gold rushing in, buying 2 lots at a time and building 55-foot big box after 55-foot big box on these tiny streets, all to cash in our city and get out. The existing infrastructure of narrow streets and given water pressure simply won't be able to keep up. And once each carpetbagger has his 2 lots, the city can't do anything about it. Conversely, a responsible developer such as the Bovas could build 3 or 4 luxury townhouses on the same 2-lot property, thereby not increasing the net population and also improving the area in a luxury manner. This has repeatedly been shown to be successful by Rick Fendler, 3 separate projects on the barrier island, along Northeast 19th Avenue at the north border, and more recently by a residential project at Northeast 20th Avenue and 3rd Street is doing the same. I lived in Coral Springs in the 1980s. Do you remember what it was called? The city in the country, and it was just that. But commissioners turned a blind eye, perhaps intentionally, to the rampant overdevelopment in the 1990s, and look at what that place is today. Congested, rife with big city crime, and with little green space. It was because of the apathy of those commissioners back then that Coral Springs is now the solely deplorable place to dwell. I'm grateful for your efforts these years. You are responsible and you all genuinely care about the city. Please join me in my efforts going forward to keep the barrier island from being a jam-packed collective of exactly 55-foot big box skyscrapers with poor quality of life for the residents and hordes of Airbnb dwellers. It is time to change the charter and rezone the entire barrier island to RM10. I look forward to continuing this effort.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Jonathan Ungian, 65, sorry, that's my work address. I usually go to City of Boca and give it to him pretty good there, but decided to come over here today. 1938 Northeast 6th Street, just down the street from here. I walk my dog in the park next door to where the current property is. I wholeheartedly back a project such as this. It is very good for the community, property values, tax, everything. I'd like to mimic the words of Howard, however, because the project that the other gentleman was referencing at P&Z the other day, first off, I've never heard that in density calculations, a public roadway and public easement is given to a developer so that they can develop a more dense development. That's mind-blowing to me. And I certainly back what Howard said with the RM10. If the city wants to see developments such as what we're putting forward today. But the other one that we'll be back for in a few weeks or month or whenever you have that. And I'd certainly hope that a conversation could be had previous to that, to changing the code, that the property is what.
If we could stick on this particular home, if that's okay.
So yes, so this home could have many, many more units on it, especially with SB 102. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but they could overdevelop this property, and it's great to see good development. And like I said, I'd certainly hope that development, that lands that are not their own land are not incorporated so that a developer can overdevelop using that land. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? We're going to close it to the public then. Commissioner Drosky and then Vice Mayor Parnas.
One question for the applicant is, we hear all the time, especially on the Barrier Island, with respect to Airbnbs from the residents. And the commission has in the past asked, though it's not mandatory, for the developer to put in a rental restriction that would prevent, somebody from buying it immediately and renting it immediately. Is that something that your client would consider, to a 1-year rental restriction on the units that would prevent the proliferation of Airbnbs on the Barrier Island? You'd have to.
Mr. Boba, will you please come to the podium and give your name and address for the record, please?
Al Bova, 17 South Federal Highway, Deerfield Beach. I will be living in one of the 3 units, and the other 2 will be selling. I don't know if I can put a restriction on someone who buys a townhouse. I'm guessing they're going to be somewhere between $3 and $4 million, but I can't imagine that someone's going to plunk down $3 or $4 million and then turn around and rent it so it can be destroyed. Other than that, I can't give you any insurances other than that I'm going to live there. So these people are going to be my neighbors. So hopefully I'm going to find good buyers who will be good neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Boba.
Thank you.
I'm taking that's a no.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Drosky?
No.
Okay, Vice Mayor Parnas.
Motion to approve.
Okay. Motion by Vice Mayor Parnas, second by Commissioner Hudak. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Yes.
Mayor Gans.
Yes.
Item number 2 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the 2022-2023 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, CAPER, for the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development Programs, authorizing submission of the CAPER to HUD, providing for implementation and effective date.
Good evening, Mayor Commission. John Salish, Director of Community Services. And tonight I have the CAPER before you. And the CAPER, we're going to talk about the purpose of it, the elements, goals, outcomes, resources, and the citizen participation. Next slide. So the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, or the CAPER, this is a requirement of HUD each year. It's due December 30th. And it's pretty much how we expended our funds and how we did with our programs for the year. We're going to highlight the programs that we funded through CDBG for this year, and we'll give outcomes. So next slide, Heather. So these are the elements of the CAPER, which we'll talk about the goals, outcomes, affordable housing, and some of the resources that were used for the CAPER. So we'll see that this CAPER reflects our consolidated plan, which we have a 5-year consolidated plan, which is 2020 to 2024. And it highlights the 2022-2023 action plan. So as you can see, the goal was to increase affordable housing, provide infrastructure improvements, and increase access to public services. So with our home rehabilitation, our purchase assistance program, As we all know, we're dealing with the impacts of the housing crisis. So we didn't do too well in our housing arena. This year, we assisted 9 low to moderate income families with housing. As opposed to in previous years, we'll look at anywhere from 15 to 20 homes we'll assist within a year. So however, we expended a little over 145,000 of CDBG funds. And for housing for the year, we spent just over 400,000. Under our rental and utilities assistance program, we weren't able to help anyone with that program due to the restrictions of this program. It has to be COVID related, and it's very difficult to assist a resident today with the COVID restrictions and the guidelines that HUD has put before us. So we haven't had much success with our rental assistance and utility assistance program. Next slide. So for infrastructure improvements, priority number 2, we're happy to say that we invested 300,000 of our CDBG allocation into the Oviedo McKeithen Recreational Complex Playground. So we funded it in 2 years. We did 150,000 in fiscal year 23, and then we did another 150,000 in fiscal year 24. So that project was a little over 600. So we were able to pay about half of that project with CDBG funds. And our next project that we'll be approaching in the upcoming year is our sidewalk improvements. So we allocated 150,000 for sidewalks, which we identified missing sidewalk segments throughout the city. And with those CDBG funds in those low to moderate income areas, we'll install sidewalk segments that are missing. So priority number 3, increase to access to public services. So our senior transportation program did pretty well for the year. We assisted 82 seniors with rides and expended a little over 25,000. So with that 82, it's 82 unduplicated. So that 82 may have rode the bus more than one time. Our health and wellness programs, we assisted with 62 residents with this service. And this is our wellness programs. We offer Zumba, yoga, and those type of things with our health and wellness. Our adult daycare, we didn't do too well there due to construction at the site. We remain fully operational through construction, and we had to move our adult daycare into a modular. So it took a little while with permitting through ACA to get us up and running. So we weren't able to get up and running until February of the year. However, we were able to assist 24 adults in the daycare and just a little under $10,000. So here's a breakdown of our allocation. So in CDBG funding for fiscal year 23, we received 659,000. From the prior year, we carried forward 734,000, and we were able to expend just over 500,000 in CDBG funds for the year. We leverage our CDBG funds with our SHIP program as well as our home program. And with our home, that's another federal program that we received funding for, which was a very small allocation this year, 230,000, as well as we had 833,000 in SHIP funding that we leveraged with our CDBG programs. So where are we now? A part of the CAPER, we must have citizens' participation. So a draft of the CAPER was published on November 27th, and we had a public comment period that lasted 30 days. We received no comments on the plan, so I guess we did a good job with it. So here today, we're having our public hearing, which is required for this plan. And as I mentioned previously, the deadline to submit this plan to HUD is December 30th. So tonight, the goal would be to adopt this plan so that we can get it to HUD by December 30th. Any questions?
Question regarding the rental and utility assistance program that obviously, because the rules are so strict that we were unable to, or unsuccessful to utilize that. Is that a requirement? Can that come out of our action plan?
So those requirements are HUD requirements. So the goal with that funding is we want to reallocate it, which I'll be coming before commission at the top of next year to see if we can reallocate those funds to other programming that we can benefit from.
Okay, good. So we have the ability, rather than just having it trapped in something that we're not able to use it for, we can reallocate.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone from the public who care to comment on this item? Anyone online? Okay, I'm going to close it to the public. Commission. Vice
Motion. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ben.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Preston, seconded by Vice Mayor Parnas. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky?
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas?
Yes.
Mayor Gans?
Yes. Thank you, John.
Item number 3 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the Deerfield Beach Affordable Housing Advisory Committee Incentive Report for fiscal year 2022 through 2023, authorizing submission of the incentive report to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, providing for implementation and an effective date.
Again, John Salas, Director of Community Services, and the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee Incentive Report. This is a report that's due each year to HUD. And this report is triggered once the city receive an allocation of over 300,000. This year, the city received just a little over 800,000 in SHIP funding. So we're required to do this report annually if the allocation exceeds 300,000. So the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, they meet on a quarterly basis and they look at strategies and incentives that the state provide to identify if any of these incentives can benefit the city with affordable housing. So what I have before you is the continued implementation by the city. So there's some strategies that the board would like to continue with, and these are required. So those are expediting permits for affordable housing projects. So any affordable housing project that is in the permitting phase, that builder will stop by the Community Services Department and we'll put a stamp on that permit request. Once that builder goes to the planning department, they're familiar with the stamp and they understand that it's an affordable housing project. So the permit is expedited. So we'll continue with that, as well as we'll continue with the ongoing review of policies and procedures related to affordable housing, as well as we recently adopted the printed inventory of our locally owned properties. So we have that on our website of the inventory of those properties. So tonight, the strategies that we'd like to include into the LHAP, our local housing assistance plan, is the flexibility and densities for affordable housing, as well as flexible lot configurations, including zero lot lines, and the support of development near transportation hubs. So those are the 3 strategies that the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee are recommending to the board tonight for adoption. Any questions?
Commission, any questions? Is there anyone from the, I'm going to open it to the public. Anyone from the public care to comment on this item? Yes.
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Before I forget, I do want to wish everyone a happy Hanukkah. It's night number 6, and also happy holidays to everyone. The Affordable Housing Advisory Committee had a recommendation that no action at this time should be taken on the modification of impact fee requirements, including reduction or waiver of fees and alternative methods of fee payment for affordable housing. I'm asking the commission to consider including the reduction or flat out waiver of impact fee requirements for adoption and inclusion in the local housing assistance plan for affordable housing development within the city of Deerfield Beach. Affordable housing is a big crisis, and I feel whatever the city can do, even in a small way, to find a solution to encourage more affordable housing is warranted here. I also attended the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, or AHAC, meeting on November 6th. Members of the 10-person committee included Eric Power, Director of Planning and Development Services for Deerfield Beach. Mr. Power made a presentation to the AHAC on the new Live Local Act, which allows multifamily residential apartments to be built anywhere in the city as long as 40% of the units are set aside for workforce housing. Definition of workforce housing is units have to be rented to people making up to 120% of the median Broward County income level. This would be approximately $100,000. In exchange, the developers can build without city approval on density and height as long as the height is no taller than the tallest building in a 1-mile radius to the development, and the density is no greater than 25 units per acre, RM 25. What Mr. Power neglected to tell the AHAC was the Live Local Act gives cities the discretion to approve a development with only 10% workforce housing instead of 40%. So the implications of this is every developer will soon be coming in front of our Deerfield Beach commissioners asking for the 10% workforce housing percentage instead of the 40%. The developers will use scare tactics to make everyone think that this workforce housing requirement is similar to Section 8 housing. When I brought this up at the meeting and asked Mr. Eric Power to comment on this 10% exception, he would not answer. Could someone on the dais please ask Mr. Power to comment on this 10% exception and verify if my facts are correct here, as implications for affordable housing going forward are enormous. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hers, I have a question for you. Mr. Hers, you want to come back to the podium, maybe answer it?
Be aware of, there is not allowed communication back and forth.
But there is, you decline. Okay, that's good. Okay. Anyone else from the public? No? Okay, I'm going to close it to the public then. Okay. Mr. Power, would you like to address some of the comments? Or the comment?
You want me to take care of the live local question, Mr. Power? You could fill in anything I miss. So I'm aware, I think I understand the 10% that was just referenced. The 10% that was in the Live Local Act, that is actually existing law. So, and it's a may, so I think developers always have had the ability to propose it, and the commission could choose to approve or deny at the 10% level. Also, one clarification, and I think they just clarified that you could now, under the Live Local Act, you could now get some tax incentives if that's approved, if my memory serves me correctly. So they had the ability before Live Local to make that request, and it was always a may, and it's the local governing body that may approve. So you could approve it or you could say no.
So it currently exists now. There's nothing new with this Live Local.
The only thing that's new is I think that they put a clarification that if they do seek that 10% approval and they get it, that they can still apply for the tax incentives that are provided under Live Local. That they wouldn't be precluded from tax incentives. And then just another clarification, the Live Local requires that somebody do 40% of affordable housing. But it was said anywhere in the city. It's really in commercial and industrial zoning districts. So I just wanted to point out that clarification as well. I don't know if you had anything further.
How do you do, Eric?
Hi, Eric Power, Director of Planning Development Services. I think the purpose of the presentation to the AHAC was the changes made due to Live Local. So this is what there's an existing statute, right? And as Anthony mentioned, 10% was currently in the code. The difference with Live Local is that a affordable housing project can be approved administratively. That's what one of the problems with Live Local. If an applicant wanted to come forward and request a 10% reduction, they're coming to the commission to make that request. So they wouldn't be following the full guidelines of Live Local. So that's probably the number one reason for why that's not relevant.
So if they decided to pursue the 10%, which they currently are allowed to do, it would be coming before us and essentially making it a little more difficult for them as opposed to being it approved.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's closed to the public at this point.
Sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you, Rita. Before you sit down though, I'll reopen it if you have something you'd like to add.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead. I'm going to reopen it to the public. Miss Massey,
Thank
go right
you.
ahead.
Rita Massey, 349 Northeast 19th Avenue. I don't think I like what I'm hearing here. I didn't know that when it was not open to the when it was open to the public, that this was what it was going to be about. But does this threaten in any way our referenda that we had passed for a 55-foot height in Deerfield Beach, on the beach?
We'll answer your question in a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? We'll go ahead and close it. Anthony, you want a shot at that or do you want Mr. Power to answer that?
I'll turn that one to Mr. Power. No, developers could argue that. I think we would argue that our charter applies and we would make sure that they met, the letter of the law in terms of meeting Live Local for any type of, exemption from the normal land use and zoning process that has to come before the commission.
Okay. Thank you. All right. It's closed to the public. Commissioner Preston, Vice Mayor Parnas.
My concerns were addressed.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Preston. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernez,
Yes.
Mayor Gans.
Yes.
Item number 4 is an ordinance of the City Commission in the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, adopting the updated 5-year schedule of capital improvements set forth in tables 10.2 and 10.4 in order to update the capital improvements element, CIE, in conformance with section 163-3177 Florida statutes, as more specifically set forth in Exhibit A, providing for conflict severability and an effective date. This is second reading.
Mayor, Commission, members of the public, good evening. This is second reading, but just to remind the commission that this item is a requirement every year when we update our capital improvement plan in the budget. We must also update our capital improvement element in our comprehensive plan. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Is there anyone from the public who would care to comment on this item?
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Again, I know the CIP can change at any time, but I pay a little closer attention to the numbers for 2024 fiscal year. And again, in the 2024 fiscal year, there is a line item called Pioneer Grove improvements for $5 million. Could I please get an explanation as to what some of that money is earmarked for? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I'm going to close it to the public then. No one online? Okay. City Manager?
Mayor, I'd be more than happy to submit to the resident our capital improvement worksheet for that particular item that will provide him all the information that I believe he'd be looking for as it relates to what that item is for, the funding sources, timelines, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. Commission? Vice Mayor?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, a roll call please with the Vice Mayor's motion and seconded by Commissioner Hudak.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernez,
Yes.
Mayor Gans.
Yes.
Okay, it's my understanding items 5 and 6 will be presented together, so I'm going to read the titles for both of the items into the record. We will need separate votes on each one of the items. Item number 5 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, authorizing the issuance of debt obligations of the city obligations in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $16.5 million to provide funds together with other available monies to pay the cost of certain capital improvements to the city's water and sewer system and to pay costs of the issuance of the obligations, providing that such obligations shall be secured by and payable from certain pledged revenues consisting primarily of the net revenues of the city water and sewer system as shall be set forth or provided for in a supplemental resolution to be adopted by the City Commission prior to issuance of the obligations, providing that subject to the limitations herein contained, the terms of such obligations shall be established or provided for, and the obligations shall be sold as provided in the supplemental resolution, authorizing the taking of other actions relating to the obligations, providing for availability, and providing for an effective date. That is second reading for the ordinance. And then item number 6 is a resolution of the City Commission, City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, authorizing a loan in the aggregate principal amount not exceeding $16.5 million to provide interim financing for certain capital improvements to the city's water and sewer system and related costs, authorizing the issuance of a water and sewer revenue note, Series 2023, to evidence such loan, making findings and determinations as to the loan and the note, accepting the lender's proposal to provide the loan and purchase the note, providing that the city's obligations under the loan and the note shall be secured and payable from pledged revenues consisting primarily of the net revenues of the city's water and sewer system, approving the form of the loan agreement with the lender and authorizing the execution and delivery of the loan agreement and note, authorizing other required actions in connection therewith, and providing an effective date. And I don't know if Ms. Tinsley's giving a presentation, but I know we have bond counsel as well that is participating via Zoom. Oh, there she is.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Stephanie Tinsley, CFO. We have had meetings individually talking about this item, and so I won't go into a lot of detail. The detail is attached, and we talked about it as well. And I have here, as I indicated, our financial consultants to talk a little bit more in the detail about how we got here from beginning to the end, and the loan itself and what makes up the loan. Just quickly, they are part of our working team. This is what we need as a working team when we're doing significant debt like this. So, like, I am on this team as a CFO. I do appreciate the vote of confidence from our constituents that I should be able to do it all. But I'm one person, and our city attorney rep is another portion of it. It's finance, it's city attorney. And so kind of like in the medical field, it's like your PCP. And then my financial consultants, Davenport. We also have our bond counsel, which is another leg of the legal side of things, kind of like a dentist, more specific, more detail, more into that. So that's one of the purposes of having a financial advisor as part of this. This is a critical part, a leg in or spoke in the overall financial management of the city. And they do these transactions all the time flawlessly, and get us the best deal. So that's kind of our team. Oh, and of course, our utilities director and the consultants related to the utilities directors, Raf Taller. So that is our working team when we're going through these kind of debt service setups. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Ted Cole with Davenport to talk a little bit more in the detail about the borrowings.
Good evening. I'm Ted Cole with Davenport. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I feel a bit underdressed. I apologize for that. I won't let that happen again. I'd like to keep this conversational. I'll be brief, but try to give you just, step you through this transaction. Please ask me any questions. If you all choose to take action this evening, that will be the final action needed for the utility financing that we're talking about. And we've been working on this with the folks that Stephanie spoke of earlier for about 6 months. The first phase of this was looking at the overall capital plan for water and sewer. And we're just talking water sewer, not general fund projects. Multi-year, 5-year CIP plan. About a year ago, the commission adopted a 5-year rate plan, and that was sort of set up to unfold year by year with a rate plan and rate increases that was going to support operations and capital for the water and sewer system, and insulate the city's credit, the tax base, from any support of water and sewer capital. And so we came in working with Stephanie and the others in the working group with the understanding that we had a mandate for what the rate increases within the water and sewer system were going to be, and developed a plan of finance to fund over 50 million of capital projects that are going to unfold over about a 5-year period. And so what the financing is this evening is really phase 1 of that. And there will be a phase 2 and a phase 3, and I'll talk briefly about those. But all you're asked to consider approving is this first borrowing. And again, our goal is to get the city the funding they need for water and sewer infrastructure, insulate the city's credit from any financial support for the water and sewer system, be able to fund additional capital needs in the next 3 or 4 years. And we have to comply with the bond documents that were established a number of years ago for the water and sewer system. As a lender or an investor in the water and sewer system, the only collateral or credit that a lender has is a lien on your revenues. There's no lien on assets like a mortgage. There's no backing of the taxing authority of the city. So they have a lien on revenues of the water and sewer system. And as such, there are a number of covenants in these bond documents that we have to abide by in order to issue additional debt. And so we've navigated that ourselves, staff, and the legal team to sort of put all of this together. So again, 60 some million that of capital needs that are in the CIP. We're dealing with the state as well. We have to get their consent at the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. They have to consent to this debt issuance because they have loans outstanding with you all and they have the right to consent. So we spent a number of weeks or months putting this plan together that was this financing, but add-on financings in the next 12 to 18 months. And we got to a place where we were all comfortable with what that plan would be. And we transitioned into the financing phase of the engagement. We determined that a bank RFP made the most sense. We put that together, working with staff, sent it out to a number of institutions, interacted with a number of them, ultimately brought back 6 proposals. Some of those proposals were long-term debt commitments and some were short-term debt commitments. There was a whole range of terms and conditions that the different banks had provided. Some of them had more restrictive covenants about prepayment. Some of them had breakage fees if you wanted to get out of the loan, just a whole host of things. And that's pretty typical with bank financing. Every bank's going to have their own terms and conditions. There's not a lot of uniformity across all the banks. Keep in mind, we were also doing this in a period of time where we were generally in a rising rate environment, volatile rate environment for lots of different reasons. We had a number of banks that chose not to participate for a wide range of reasons, not because they had a concern about the city's credit worthiness, but things like the volatility in the market and their ability to be competitive with interest rates. The loan size was above their legal lending limits for any one borrower, wasn't in their footprint. They didn't participate in water and sewer financings, a whole range of things. But we ended up with 6 solid financing proposals. Again, long-term and short-term. The long terms didn't go out beyond 20 years. They were above 5%. Some of them had balloon payments. So your rate would be good for 10 years. You'd have a big balloon payment. And what that means for you all is you'd have to deal with that loan again 10 years from now and deal with whatever the interest rate environment is at that time. So we felt like the longer term proposals created some future risk and some challenges. Again, we were in a higher interest rate environment. Some of those fixed rates were above 5%. So ultimately, the recommendation was to move forward with TD Bank, or is to move forward with TD Bank with a 3-year bond anticipation note with the ability to prepay at any time without penalty. And it sets us up for the next borrowing, which could be in the next 12 to 18 months. The anchor project for that borrowing would be the ion exchange project that is maybe just getting started. I don't believe staff feels like you're ready to borrow for that project yet. It's not far enough along in terms of engineering and design and bidding, but likely will be in the next 12 to 18 months. So part 2 of this plan, not asking you to approve part 2, but so you understand, is another 12 to 18 months out where we will refund the loan that we're talking about doing this evening, borrow additional money for those new projects, ion exchange, and take advantage of being able to go out to the municipal bond market as a rated issuance. You're a AA rated city, and be able to lock in fixed rates for up to a 30-year term. You don't have to go 30 years, but you can go 30 years, and we'll be able to assess the market at that time. So that's the recommendation. That is what is anticipated in the ordinance and the resolution. Again, it's a pure revenue pledge of the water and sewer system. It complies with the existing bond documents that date back to 2018. We do need to get DEP consent, but we're working on that, and we expect that in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We can't close until the DEP consent is in hand, but the attorneys primarily are working closely to get that put in place. We have not yet locked the rate with TD Bank. They have a firm commitment to lend the funding, but until we're ready to lock the rate with them, which is done with a phone call, we're floating with the market. We're somewhere around 4.5% right now. On all of our planning work, we've been assuming 5%. So we're a little below our planning rate, which is a positive. We did not want to lock that rate until we had this meeting and until we have a higher level of comfort with the DEP consent that's required. But we'll continue to monitor the market and the progress that's being made with DEP on that consent. They have the right to consent to additional debt for these purposes. So the expectation would be, if this is approved this evening, all of the funding is available to move a number of projects forward. It's about $13.5 million worth of projects that are being funded. We have also included in the financing the interest that's due on the bond and the cost of issuance. We've got a placeholder number in the cost of issuance that's a little under 1% of the loan amount. It's about $140,000. That is inclusive of our fee, of the attorney's fees, bond counsel fees, and the bank has an attorney that's representing them. That may come down a tad. It's not going to go any higher. It's a little under 1% of the loan amount. We have purposely included that in the financing. That would be pretty standard, that would be included in the borrowing. Let me pause there, see if there's any questions on anything I've covered or the action that you all will be considering. That's it. Okay.
I don't think it's a question.
Big number. I'll stick around if there are questions. I think there's two separate actions that have been requested.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, Commissioner Preston has one.
Yeah. When you are speaking of something of this magnitude, the idea of the loan for capital funding is so important. And with this, there's a lot of layering, a lot, things that have to be worked out from legal and administrative side. But how might you ensure that everything is covered and nothing is missed, that the public does not get hurt because somebody missed something that they should have considered? So how do you ensure that the resident won't come back and have to pay something that we should be able to understand now? So how is that covered?
Well, I guess I would say it starts with the capital improvement plan, right? And that's a very thorough process that staff goes through, and that establishes these are the projects that we want to fund. And so I think, the thoroughness of that project should capture what the capital needs are of the water and sewer system. From there, you have a rate consultant. Those are the folks that put that 5-year rate plan together for you all about a year ago. So those things have to happen. Those rate increases have to occur. I think there were conservative assumptions in that model for growth, natural growth within the city, users and connections. But the rate plan is important. And then for the financing itself, we're responsible for the details, if you will, around the borrowing. And we have processes in place to make sure that we're doing all of those things that we need to do so there aren't any surprises. And then there are a couple of different legal firms involved, the city attorney's firm and the independent bond counsel firm. And they're very versed in the legal aspects of municipal borrowing. And they have to provide an opinion that the borrowing is done it conforms with the IRS regulations for tax exempt borrowing. This is a tax exempt borrowing because it's a local government. So I think we've got people here that do this for a living, do it every year, on a regular basis. Many of these financings a year. And the interaction amongst the professionals also provides another check where we're observing what the legal team is doing. The legal team is observing what we're doing, and I feel like it works well to ensure against any gaps in the process.
Thank you. Commissioner Hudak?
Thank you. Just to follow up on Commissioner Preston. So we're a double A rated city. That's pretty good. That means that we've got some professionals in this city who kind of know what they're talking about. You don't get that in 6 months or in 6 weeks or even in 6 years. So it takes a while. Can you talk about, I don't know, the percentage of cities that are double A rated, whether it's in Florida or the country, if you know, and what goes into why we would be considered a double A rated city and not
Sure.
B rated city or a triple A rated city?
Sure. The rating agencies generally look at local governments at a national level. So they don't necessarily look at Florida versus North Carolina versus Texas. When you're a double A rated city, you're getting compared to cities all over the country. I'm gonna get away from the water and sewer concept for just a moment with what we'll call the city's credit. They're pretty transparent. 30% approximately of the rating is economy. They're looking at tax base, they're looking at wealth levels, and they're looking at economic output as measured by a GDP, gross domestic product of this region. So that's 30% of the rating. And as a commission, you don't have a tremendous amount of control over any of those inputs, right? The tax base, it's not something you manage budget to budget. You want to create a place where people want to invest and tax values rise, but you don't have direct control over that. That's 30% of the rating. The next 30% is finance. You do have more control there. So we're talking about setting up a budget, a balanced budget, structurally balanced budget, not using reserves to cover operating expenses, and healthy reserves. So you do have a little more control there as a commission to ensure that your financial performance is strong. And that's about 30% of the rating. And the balance, give or take 40%, is debt and debt-like obligations. So we're talking about actual debt. We're talking about pension obligations, post-employment benefits obligations, things like that. So debt and debt-like concepts. So there's really 3 major areas. Some of them you have more control over than others. We're part of a growing state, a growing community. That helps, I think, quite a bit. And in a lot of places in Florida benefit from that. You've managed your finances well. You've performed well on a budget basis and reserves. And so that helps on the finance side of things. And while you've used debt, you have not used debt excessively. You have a reasonable debt profile. So all of those boxes checked. We've not seen anything. And I believe, we'll be back in front of you within some number of months with a general fund borrowing for non-utility purposes. We're just getting that started, but everything we've seen at this point points to not a weakness in your credit, but an opportunity perhaps to improve. And there are some things you might have to get a little bit bigger on tax base, see wealth levels improve a little bit. Again, you're measured against all cities that come to the rating agencies nationwide. And so I think there's a lot of good things about where you're located and the growth that this area is seeing. But there are a number of other places that are also growing. So are you growing at a commensurate level? Are you outpacing the growth? And then we've always got, in a coastal community, we've got sort of that issue of, natural disaster type situations. And while that's not part of their scorecard, right? None of that was mentioned, right? In tax-based finances or debt. It's a extenuating consideration that this area, I believe, does well. There's a lot of multi-jurisdictional coordination on emergency services and emergency management. Reserves are strong to help you weather that type of storm, literally. So I can't tell you specifically off the top of my head how many AA cities there are nationwide, but I can give it to Stephanie and she can follow up. But you're in very good company. And I do believe Maybe not next year or the following year, but I do believe there's an opportunity to improve that rating over time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would care to comment on this item?
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Commissioners. Maria Larico, 1551 Southeast 12th Street. So I appreciated the presentation. Is the loan amount included for the tranches going forward was the most significant question that stood out to me. Also, the annual revenues that will be used for collateral. Are we producing enough in revenues now that would generate the collateral, or is it on the increases that we're going to be seeing going forward? And again, my own recommendation is short-term rather than the 30-year, because you're just paying over a longer period of time. And that tends to increase the overall payment. And I think he covered the part that I had a question on, which was the reserve. And the reserve is important because if there's any damages, if something should break, where are we covering those costs? So do I anticipate that there will be in this project someone doing building of the sewers in the water? Like, who would take the responsibility? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Yes.
Rita Massey, 349 Northeast 19th Avenue. My curiosity is that if we're paying 4.5% for the first term of the loan, and in 18 months we're going to refinance, at what percent? Are we locked in at that 4.5%, or is it going to go up to 5 or 6%? Because the rates are going up, and that's why I would like to see us locked in for that. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janet Castro Giovanni, 1523 East Hillsborough Boulevard in Deerfield Beach. Several months ago, I addressed the question about the fluoride issue in the water, and I'm very concerned about the toxic effects. I believe our group sent Mayor Gans an email, and I'm wondering whatever happened.
We'll talk about that on another note, because that has nothing to do with this project right now.
I realize that, but I wanted to bring it up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Not the time, but thank you.
Daniel Shinetsky, 34 Keswick B, Century Village, Deerfield Beach, Florida, 33442. Deerfield Beach population is growing. We're at 90,000 now, 90,000 people. In 20, 30 years, we're going to be way over 100,000, 110,000. This loan is a necessity. I mean, or we need to make sure that our water and sewage infrastructure could handle the growing population and the growing growth. I equate it to a young kid wearing pants and suddenly has a growth upshoot. You don't want him to have the pants down to the ankles. You have to make sure that the pants fit as he grows. Same thing with Deerfield Beach. We're a growing city. Our population is growing. So this is a necessity. I don't want to be cut short like Fort Lauderdale was during the flooding season that we had several months ago, that there was so much destruction because their sewage and water could not handle the rains. So there was a lot more destruction and ended up costing them more. I don't want that to happen to Deerfield Beach. So I think this is a necessity.
Thank you. Anyone online?
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. The taxpayers of Deerfield Beach get upset when our tax dollars are spent unwisely and unnecessarily by the city. At the last commission meeting in November, I don't understand why the fee that Davenport and Associates was going to charge was kept a mystery. I've been able to ascertain from Freedom of Information Acts that they charge $100,000 consulting fee. And then for this transaction here, it looks like they have a $40,000 minimum. What also was failed to be brought up is that the contract with Davenport is a piggyback contract from the city of Lake Worth. Through another Freedom of Information Act, it was discovered that the initial consultation with Davenport goes back over 18 months ago. Now, I understand sometimes a piggyback contract is necessary because of timing, etc. But unless my memory is really bad, I've heard this commission tell City Manager David Santucci time and time again of the distaste and dislike of piggyback contracts and how they should only be used if absolutely necessary. Now, I don't know if this is relevant, but Ms. Tinsley worked with this company in the past in her previous job up north. So with that being said, the city manager stated at the last meeting that they were looking at the entire debt picture, and the city needed assistance on how much money the city can borrow. Now, I've given you all a handout, and I don't expect the five of you to be experts on how to easily compute borrowing capacity. But I wanted to give you a quick illustration of that, and you could see that this is certainly not rocket science. So the calculations are based on $1 million of bottom line revenue per year from the water and sewer revenue stream. Now, of course, you can easily use higher numbers, but I wanted to keep this simple. So the banks are requiring a 1.25 debt service coverage ratio. So that means for every $1 million in annual revenue stream, the city can service up to $800,000 in annual principal and interest payments. And there I have that quick little formula, million over 800,000, 1.25 debt service coverage. So how much money can the city borrow while maintaining the 1.25 debt service coverage ratio? And to make these calculations easy to understand, I wanted to assume that the city can borrow at a 5% annual interest rate, and the repayment of the loan, may I have one more minute?
Yes.
And the repayment of the loan will be made over 10 years with straight line amortization. So under this hypothesis, the city can borrow $5.3 million for every $1 million of bottom line revenue generated from the water and sewer revenue stream. This is the first year debt service calculation only. Now, this can be used for any other of the funds that you're looking at to borrow in the future. And again, at the very bottom of my handout, again, 1 million over principal of 530, the first year, 265,000 in interest. That's the 1.25 debt service coverage. So my point here was to show all of you how simple this is to calculate and why the city is wasting $140,000 on this. I have no idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for the public? Okay. Close it to the public. We had a couple questions, and I'm not sure who can answer those, and some are a little hard to follow. Who would take the responsibility on building when we do the construction on some of the projects that we're working on?
So the projects themselves are distinct from this borrowing. The projects would be done by a qualified contractor through a project that was designed by a professional engineer on these water systems.
Yeah. Did you ask about the loan amount? Is that what you were asking about?
Right. So we want to know, that's 140,000, which I think Dan Hers was referring to. When we go forward, first of all, that should be negotiated down.
Excuse me, Ms. Larica, come back up. I'm gonna ask, I just want you to clarify what you asked. It was difficult to follow.
Well, thank you. I'm glad that I can reiterate. So the tranches going forward, right? If you're borrowing, is that 140,000? And I think that's what Dan Hers.
Talking about the fees paid to Davenport?
He alluded to, it's covering your attorney fees, his attorney fees to put together the paperwork. Right, that's the costs. So sometimes when you're negotiating it, that tranche for the future business can carry over. You don't need to go and have those expenses. So this is an ongoing project, correct?
Well, the funding of it would happen at one point and the projects itself will continue on beyond that. Once you have the funding, I don't think you would need to have the funding experts in it.
So your answer to me is that the loan amount is a one-time fee.
No.
At
that's not-
1%.
That's not the question you asked, but answering your question about their fees as far as what they're charging and their involvement with the project, it would depend.
Okay, so the loan origination has a fee
Mm-hmm.
to put it together at 1%. That's what he spoke of. If you're borrowing in anticipation of other projects to complete the sewer, can that 1%, generally you don't have to go and incur those costs again. They would cover it. It's a one-time fee. That's what you would want.
I'm asking if it's a one-time fee.
And I also believe that you should negotiate it down,
Thank you.
like 0.5%.
The financing, Mr. Cole, can you answer that question? 4.5% is what we're looking at now. So when you come back later, explain that a little bit, Mr. Massey
Sure.
had a question regarding that.
Sure, yeah, the future borrowings, whenever they might occur, will be based on the market rates at that time.
Okay, so how does it behoove us now to do part of it now and some of it later when later it might have higher interest rate? I think that kind of wraps up.
Sure, yeah, well, there's some legal implications. You have to, when you do a tax exempt borrowing, you have to have a reasonable expectation that you can spend that money in a 3-year period. So you can't borrow on a tax exempt basis for multiple years worth of funding.
How long is this loan for?
This loan is for a 3-year period.
So it's not 30 year.
Correct. This is not a 30-year loan.
Okay. All right. I think you've answered my questions. I think that addresses why we're at that point. As far as bringing in consultants to work on complex issues, I'm sorry, I'm not taking this as being the guideline of how I'm going to do this kind of complex funding. It's extremely complex. And to say that we shouldn't bring in experts, or now you're questioning that 18 months on a piggyback contract, sometimes piggybacks, yeah, we have a problem with them because especially I can tell you since I've been up here, we used to see them where they were 5, 7, 8 year long, but 18 months is a short period of time. The weird part is the attacks on what I feel seem to be attacks on Davenport by people that aren't experts in the field. And I find that a little odd. It's okay, but I find it odd. And it even suggests that we don't potentially need them. If I go to my general practitioner as a doctor who's excellent, does a fantastic job, and I have a heart ailment, I'm not going to just say, hey, I want to go on the cheap. Can I just stick with you? I'm going to go to an expert. And I'm going to want him to consult with my general practitioner and work together with them to make sure that a very complex, specific issue is dealt with. It's the same mentality when people think they can go and build something over on the beach and do it from buying stuff at Home Depot. It's a lot more complex than that. Okay, it doesn't work that way. This is complex. It has to do with government lending. It has to do with utilities. It's extremely complex. So I'm okay with the rate that we're paying. I don't, it's great to say, hey, let's negotiate every single one. I get that. I respect that. But I think it's also kind of out of left field, and it doesn't really express an understanding of how complex this is and what it takes to get to this point in the first place when you bring in these consultants. If you'd attended the water rate workshop that we had, which was extremely lengthy, and we had it, last summer? Is that what it was? I think a lot of these questions would have been probably addressed with that, especially as far as what our abilities are moving forward, what our rates are going to be. And considering we haven't had a rate since well before I was in office, we have not had a rate increase. We've been able to hold it all these years. And this isn't us doing it because the ion exchange is not something we absolutely have to have in this moment. It is it's us being proactive, because we know that those forever chemicals that this is going to help weed out, there are going to be regulations that are going to come down that this is going to be mandatory. So we're trying to get ahead of the curve, and it's something that's needed. So this is the right step, the right direction. The approach is the right way. We can talk about the specifics of this, but I can tell you, and to the point as what Commissioner Preston had said, how do we know that everything we're doing is covered and that the residents aren't going to get burned? Well, that's what we do when we have a group of our own professionals, as well as the consultants that come in, and we work as a team together on this. So I think that's what gives us that protection, hopefully. So I think that answers the questions, and I'll get with you about the fluoride later. Okay.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hudak. Commissioner Drosky, were you looking to make a motion? You have comments or questions?
Comments first. The resident, Mr. Schnetsky, is right on the money when he talks about the city of Fort Lauderdale, because this is what we do not want to become. It is a big number, to say the least, but it is a number that will pale in comparison if we don't take this action and make these improvements going forward. I too trust the experts, just as when you close on your residential home and you have closing costs, you pay an origination fee, a title fee, all these different fees. There's certain standard fees that come with commercial transactions. This is no different or out of the ordinary than any other municipal funding mechanism. What I do like is this loan is collateralized by the revenues from the water and sewer system. It's not coming from the general fund. And that's what I like about our commission, was forward thinking when we did do the rate plan, which contemplated the escalating rates, is allows for this type of funding going forward. So I like the forward thinking of the commission, that it all kind of lines up perfectly, that we're not borrowing from the general fund, that we have the ability to do so from the water and sewer revenue funds. And the expert made a great point, is that we're being compared to our sister cities out there when it comes to these rates. Our tax base, our wealth, he mentioned it. This is what the rating agencies are looking at going forward. So it's a much bigger picture too. When we have these developments and projects come before the commission, it has a long-ranging effect on what we decide on our residents going forward. When we say no to a development, there are real consequences to that. And I think we're hearing from the expert tonight what some of those consequences are. And we're not up to speed with our sister cities, because he mentioned we have room for rate. Our rating can increase as we go forward. So that's something to keep in mind as we go forward. I'm not saying that we should accept every project that should come before us, but we should keep in mind that when we say no, there are real consequences to the decisions that we make up here. As far as the item before us, it is a large number, but I think the funding mechanism is appropriate. It insulates the general fund, and I'll be in favor of it.
Thank you. I know we have a motion, Vice Mayor. Did you have something you want to say?
I sat on the Broward County Planning Council, and once and twice a month I had to go to Fort Lauderdale. There were times I turned around and said, I'm missing a meeting, because the odor of sewage in the streets was so bad that I didn't want to drive through it. I don't want that to happen in Deerfield. We can't wait for sewer pipes to break and flood our streets because they have no place to go. At that point, it's going to cost us more than to fix a system that needs to be modernized. The same with our water system. We have one of the best water systems in South Florida for drinking water. Does it still need to be improved? You betcha. I want every citizen in Deerfield be able to go to this tap and get cool, clean, approved water instead of buying water in plastic bottles at Publix. And guess where Publix gets its water from? Deerfield Beach. They buy their water from us. So being proactive is good. In the long run, it saves us a lot of money. 2, it saves you a lot of aggravation. Imagine in a dense part of this city, a couple of sewer pipes really broke. It's going to be a month before 2 months before they can be fixed. Would you like to really live with that, or would you like them in an orderly manner when they get to be 75 years old, replace them, fix them, make sure it doesn't happen? With that, I support this project.
So is that a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that the comments from the public are all pertinent. These questions need to come forward. And nothing against your presentation, sir. But when you start talking numbers, I don't think any of these people, except probably for yourself and our finance director, is really at that level. So there's a lot that's not understood, and the simplicity would be very difficult to put it in a way that everybody said, oh, I got it. So in lieu of that, we trust people from this administration and make sure that the public, and that's why I brought it up, make sure that the public interest is always number one and not somebody lining their pockets. Businesses have to make money, but not at the expense of our residents. We got to do that. And like the mayor and some of my colleagues, I trust that they do what they're supposed to do in the interest of our residents, because absence of that, then the system is not going to work. So when we talk about capital projects, that's huge. That's huge. And we understand that this commission is being proactive, but we also want to ensure that their financial stability is preserved and is looked at, and it's something that we all are paying attention to. So, I like the challenges that come from the public, because they're challenging us to make sure that their interest is protected. And so, I just want to let you know that this commission does not rubber stamp things and send it through. I think that I don't mean to speak for everybody on this commission. However, it has been my observation that they look out for the residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I think one of the questions, just to the point, that our need for having a consultant and the cost of that, once work is done, that we know that hopefully at that point, we won't need that consultant at that point beyond that. And then we move on to the next phase of this project. Is that correct? I think that's kind of, in other words, as we, and I think it's more a question for Ms. Tinsley and probably the city manager. I would imagine we don't want a redundancy of paying for something we've already paid for. I think that might be the point.
Yes, I'll. So the question that was asked earlier, I think had to do more with, would we have the fees on the next borrowing, or is this the fees that we have today? Are they including the next borrowing? The answer to that question is no, because just like when you get a mortgage, you have fees associated with that mortgage. And when you go to refinance that mortgage, you have fees associated with that refinancing. But I will say that the city has had financial advisors for as long as I've been with the city. And it's not just for the cost of, issuing a bid document or the costs associated with the issuance of revenue bonds or debt in general, but the financial advisors are with the city all year long and to address certain matters. So for instance, we talked about and as budgeted and presented in the budget for FY24, a general borrowing that will be coming as we proposed in the budget. And so, yes, Davenport would be a party to that team who would look at that cost and our ability to do that borrowing, as well as making other financial recommendations to us. If you remember, this year you saw some very detailed information related to the city's debt ratios, our borrowing, where we stacked up against other cities, at a national level and at a state level, information that, and I don't expect you to remember because I think there's only 100 slides in my budget presentation, but in that budget presentation, a level of detail that wasn't provided to this commission before. And I want to thank Davenport for providing that level of detail. And that's really where the benefit of them, they come from, is kind of being as Ms. Tinsley put it, another spoke in our wheel in our financial solvency and effort to get better. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Can we have roll call, please? This is
Commissioner
for
Drosky.
both, is this for both
That's-
items?
We need separate votes for each, so you'll be voting on number 5.
Item 5.
Number 5?
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas.
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
And now item number 6 is the loan.
Motion to approve item 6.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Hudak, seconded by seconded by Commissioner Preston. I just gave you a promotion. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas.
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
We are now at the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes unless extended for 1 additional minute by the mayor. This is the time for public comment on items that are not on the agenda. If you have a comment on an item that's on the agenda, the time to do that, it's after the agenda item is read into the record, and the public comment period for that item is opened to the public. No comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibility shall be permitted.
Thank you. Anyone online? Okay. Anyone from the public?
Rita Massey, 349 Northeast 19th Avenue. First of all, I would like to commend the mayor and the commissioners for the wonderful job they did for our Christmas celebration. You exceeded last year, and it was really great. I thank you very much for that. Now, on the other hand, I'd like to know what's happening at the S-curve. I am actually embarrassed to invite anybody to come to Deerfield Beach because when I take them to the S-curve, it's atrocious. I know we're going to put the wiring underground, and I know there's that stuff going on, but it's terrible. Nobody is maintaining their property. There's cigarette butts all over, candy wrappers. I mean, it's a terrible, terrible thing. And I don't know why it exists. And guess what? The cigarette butts and the candy wrappers, that's always there. Why are these people allowed to have this property and not maintain it? I don't really get it. I mean, somebody has to take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schnetsky.
Daniel Shinetsky, 34 Keswick B, Century Village, Deerfield Beach, 33442. I just want to say I'm very pleased by the December 5th Broward School Board meeting that they had on December 5th. The main topic was discussing about the Deerfield Beach Elementary School auditorium. I was very pleased the way it went. What I was most pleased about was Nora Rupert, who's our School Board District 7 representative, and Enrique Palacios, who's an officer in the Deerfield Beach Historical Society. They basically confirmed, they said that instead of completely restoring the old school building auditorium, instead of rebuilding it, incorporate features of the old building, some key architectural elements. And the great thing about that, it's not as costly. It produces a new safe building. It cuts the rebuilding costs in half. And I had brought up at the last meeting, I had brought up that in Fort Lauderdale, the former Southside Public School was remade into the Southside Cultural Center. And basically they took the elements of the former Southside Public School. The stairs are the same. The Miami-Dade pine flooring, which is very unique, is the same. And the original window configuration and reinforcements are the same. They took the character, but they made it into a new, safer building. And we can do the same thing with the Deerfield Beach Elementary School auditorium. Remember, we have very distinct original terrazzo floors, and the shell dash stucco finish of the building is very unique. It's a Mediterranean revival style, and it was used during the period from 1915 to 1940. So I think maybe we should take the elements and use that and make a new building. I also want to reiterate what City Manager Santucci, Mr. Santucci said. He said that possibility that a third party might be interested in a partnership in the project. And I want to bring up that the way they made Southside Cultural Center, there was a nonprofit organization, a grassroots movement called the Friends of Southside. And from 2001 to the construction of the Cultural Arts Center in 2019, they made sure they got the funding in collaboration with the city and the federal government and the state government. And they made this great performance arts center. And we could do the same thing with Deerfield Beach Elementary School auditorium.
Thank you. Ms. Freitag, go ahead.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast
Go
Second
ahead.
Street. Can you hear me?
Yeah, mute. Katie, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
I'm speaking. I can't hear you guys. Hold on.
Okay. Carrie, who's that? Carrie, okay, need your name and address for the record, please, Carrie.
Carrie Hallmark, 84 Northwest 47th Street. Can you hear me?
Technical difficulties? She unmuted? No? Katie, Carrie, or Katie, we cannot hear you if you're speaking.
Yes,
We'll come back to you. Is there anyone else in the public that care to comment?
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street.
There you go. Thank you.
Good evening, Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I know it's the end of the year, last meeting of the year, so I just want to remind everyone on the dais that it takes a lot for residents to get up and speak their mind, to get up and speak what they feel are inadequacies or inefficiencies within our city. Sometimes we get told that we are the eyes and the ears of the city, and we should bring things to the attention of the commissioners and the mayors. And then when we do, we basically get told that we are ignorant, or that we need to do more to be more educated, or we even get called liars by builders who are just out to make more money and steal land from our city. We're the eyes and the ears when it benefits the city, but when we bring things to the city that are not necessarily what they want to hear, then we're just a thorn in everyone's side. Proof is in a previous meeting that when not one single citizen got up and spoke in favor of the new Chick-fil-A restaurant going in on Federal, and the dais approved it anyhow. Actions like that will cripple this city and the residents. Please remember that we are the eyes and the ears of the city, and if you don't want to get pricked by our thorns, don't get too close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. The taxpayers of Deerfield Beach get upset when our tax dollars are spent unwisely and unnecessarily by the city. Unfortunately, a perfect example of this is the money the city is spending in legal fees to sue Class Act Restaurant Group doing business as Deerfield Beach Cafe Restaurant and defend itself against Class Act's countersuit. The legal fees the city will waste will be at least in the six-figure range, and this case will drag on for months, if not years. And all because the city, led by City Manager David Santucci, failed to follow the process fairly from the very beginning on who would get the 20-year lease to run the Pier Restaurant. There was a clear winner in the three-entity race to win the right to remodel and operate the restaurant. It was current Cove restaurant owner Lou Moshakis. He was willing to invest millions more than the other two applicants to make improvements to the existing building. He was willing to pay $1.5 million more in rent to the city over the term of the lease. His restaurant concept was in first place in two preliminary votes by the restaurant committee the city had assembled to rate the three applicants. He was not in the purchasing manager's office on June 5th, 2023, allegedly illegally watching the presentations of his two competitors to the restaurant committee. The one thing Lou Moshakis did not do was lay out a strategy for people who wanted to buy grab-and-go food at the restaurant. This failure to provide a grab-and-go concept that connected with the city's vision was the reason given by Mayor Gans publicly for not choosing Lou Moshakis' bid and going with Ocean 234 owner Danielle Rossi's bid. Class Act would never have sued the city and would have peacefully left the restaurant when her lease ended on October 27th if the lease had been awarded to Lou Moshakis. But when the process for awarding the lease was not conducted fairly from the start, and the obvious best bidder did not get the lease, the only alternative left was to sue the city and bring all of the items to light in the courtroom in front of a judge. It is also important for City Manager David Santucci to make sure he is reviewing the legal bills of the city's law firm, Weiss Serota, very carefully. The reason for this is the law firm made a major error already in their filings. Instead of filing a motion to evict as a standalone motion, which is required in any eviction filing, they included the eviction motion with other motions. I want to make sure this obvious mistake by Weiss Serota does not increase the legal bill to the city when they try to undo their errors and rewrite their eviction motion. Speaking of Weiss Serota, I am wondering if anybody from the dais can ask the city manager, when is the last time he put out for bid the May I have one more minute?
Sure.
Okay, speaking of Weiss Serota, I am wondering if anybody from the dais can ask the city manager, when is the last time he put out for bid the contract to be the law firm representing the city? I would guess the answer is 30 years ago. I understand the city pays this firm over $500,000 a year in legal fees, and it is sound business practice to periodically see if the taxpayers are receiving the best deal possible from the law firm they choose to represent the city and ultimately the taxpayers. Finally, in closing, I attended the ice cream social event Saturday night at Robb Gymnasium. It was excellent. It was one of the best city events I've ever attended. And the Deerfield Beach Women's Club Holiday Luncheon was also amazing today. And thank you, Tula Amana, for hosting this wonderful group. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Hello again. Janet Castro Giovanni, 1523 East Hillsborough Boulevard in Deerfield Beach. Again, I just want to address the fluoride issue. It's not just the fluoride issue, it's the quality of water. Vice Mayor Bernie Parnes said we have great water. I beg to differ with that. And I would like to see testing and proper testing on that. Listen, it's in all our best interests. We all live here. Nobody wants to get sick. Okay. And I could tell you, I know a lot about the fluoride issue. It's very toxic. God knows what other things are in the water. We really have to make sure we have a pure, water. That's like the essence of life. Okay. So that to me is a great concern. And I hope to get an answer. Our group is very, been waiting for that answer. And we appreciate it.
Let me ask you, what answer do you want? Because as I told you, it's a county requirement that we do that. The issue needs to be taken up with the county. I've talked to Lamar Fisher. I've talked to Mark Bogan,
Okay.
his representatives, regarding sharing your opinion about it and making a change there. Have you spoken to any of them?
No, I haven't. I didn't receive the email.
What email?
I thought you sent an email, was supposed to respond by email, but I was waiting.
To
Well,
you.
actually, it was from Christina who sent the email.
Okay.
Yeah, my friend Christina. I have to,
You need to reach out, much like I have, to
okay,
your county commissioners
okay.
to ask for that change. The city cannot make that change.
The city can't make the change. Okay, do you have any kind of jurisdiction on it at all?
We don't.
No? Okay,
Yeah, unfortunately, but I have spoken to both of them about it.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
What else? Carrie, let's try again.
Hear me this time?
Yes, ma'am. You're a little muffled, but go ahead. I need your
Okay,
name and address for the record, please.
Yes. Northwest 47th Street, Deerfield Beach,
I'm sorry, Carrie, try that one more time.
884 Northwest 47th Street, Deerfield.
And your last name is, one more time?
Helen Brecht.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of be all over the place here because I have quite a few questions, please. I'm looking to find out what is the abandoned property behind the American Legion on Robinson Road on Street there by Federal Highway. That plaza
Carrie,
there,
Carrie, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We really cannot hear you or understand you. I don't know if you're on a cell phone or what you're using, but you're breaking up on us.
all right, well, I'm on my computer. I'm sorry it's not working. I guess I'll try next month.
Or if you want to send us an email or give me a phone call, I'd be happy to see if we can get some of your questions answered for you.
Okay, that'd be great.
Sorry about that.
No, it's probably my computer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close it to the public.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
I have a question.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Joyce Rokie, 500 Southeast 21st Avenue, Cove Beach Club. We had a fire on August 18th. And I would like to know why permits from the city have taken so long that what happened on August 18th, there's not one change in the building, not in the fire. When I ask the question, they say, well, we need a permit. We need a permit. People keep telling me, well, we filed the permits. Where are the inspectors?
Do you know if they did file a permit?
Oh, they've all, according to the association, according to ServPro, according to other contractors, why aren't they more responsive? So right now, I can't stay in my apartment. There's 15 apartments, can't stay in the apartment. And it looks like I won't be back until March because they're waiting for all these permits and then the work, of course. So that'll delay it.
Can you give me your address one more time since it's specific?
500 Southeast.
I'm sorry, 500?
500 Southeast 21st Avenue, the Ocean Beach Club.
We can find out for you.
410.
See what
I
we're
would
at.
really like to know why.
I'm not saying that it's not our fault, but I can tell you that.
I'm not
that
calling
historically-
fault, but I do notice that the city streets of Deerfield have been extremely dirty and I don't see anybody going in and saying to the owners, clean up your garbage or pick up your stuff, because it's not the city's job to pick it up, it's the owner's job to clean up. But I'm talking about, the reason I'm mentioning this is because it seems like there's a slowdown in all the processes that are supposed to be working towards cleaning up and getting responsible for all of these things. I mean, fire department did its job. Now somebody else has got to do the rest of the work for us. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
I said Code Beach, Ocean Beach. Code.
No, it's okay. We got it.
You
We
got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. You said Ocean Beach. Oh, did you know what? It's on the ocean. I'm Patricia Link, 252 Ventnor R, Deerfield Beach. And I was just gonna ask Bernie, Vice Mayor, sorry, Parnes, about Century Village. And all I keep hearing is about the permits aren't going through, the permits are delayed, and then we had to wait for landscaping before we can do the main gate over.
Okay.
Can you
No.
tell me what's happening?
Wait, one moment.
Okay.
Any other?
No, that's it. I just
Okay,
wanted
we'll
to
get you an
know.
answer here.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. We'll close it to the public then. Go ahead.
Specifically, the guardhouse is what you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
And what's taking so long, I'll give you an example. In order to get a building permit when you're putting up a building, you need to go in front of the Community Appearance Board. Ask Master Management why they didn't make an appointment for 11 months.
Thank you.
That's one. Two, if the city says if fire is A, plumbing is B, do not put A and B together because they're separate issues. Send your request for fire approval to A and send your plumbing for B. And you don't do that. Your architect says, I do it my way. They don't get a permit. This has been going on for a year. And when I talk to them, they say it's the city's fault. City's not at fault here. They ask you to do A first, then B, then C. That's how permits are issued on a building. You don't want to do it that way? Okay. So normally speaking, I'll give you an example. The permits for the right turn lane, I was able to get state, county, and city approval in 10 days. How come? It was done the right way. The permits were, all three permits were issued within 10 days. And they could do it. So it's a matter of applying by the rules. You don't want to obey the rules, you want to do it your way, live with it. The city has a system. Can we improve on it? Absolutely. I would like to see that apartment doubled so that permits go out in 2 hours, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen. But there's always a room for improvement. But the permit department asks that things be done a certain way, certain applications, and if you don't want to do that, they can't issue the permit. Or it's delayed, or it's rescinded, or it's rejected. It's that simple. Go to try to get your driver's license, say, but I'm not taking an eye test. See if they'll issue your renewal.
Thank you, Commissioner. As far as the conditions on the S curve, I agree with you. We've got a lot of problems over there. It's frustrating. I watched one of the managers of a restaurant walk out, smoke a cigarette, walk down to the retail establishment that was closed and flicked the butt right in the parking lot. And he smoked enough cigarettes in that short period of time that he had at least 2 to the pile that was already there. So it is frustrating. And there are problems over the S curve. And we've been trying to work through that with code enforcement. There are some things that we have some code enforcement on. FP&L got pulled away in that project. It's slow moving forward. It's very frustrating, but I agree with you. And it's something that we are looking at. And I agree with you 100% on that. That it can look better. And we have a couple of the very obvious locations that are in dereliction that are being handled through code enforcement and other legal matters. So it is being worked on. The school board meeting, that was extremely encouraging to see that we're not looking for the city just to bail out the school board on a project that they've let fall into decay. So I'm glad to see we have some progress on that. I want to thank city staff for all their hard work on that and trying to get that together. And school board member Rupert for making sure that the city manager was at the table when we had some of these discussions previous to them having these workshops. As far as Opinions on things, yes, just because we have a lot of people come out and speak out on an issue doesn't necessarily mean that we've got to fall forward and go along that way. But I can see where that can be frustrating at times. City Attorney, I'll let you defend your firm to the parent law firm and of do we know anything and not, so.
So Mayor, we are in pending litigation, so you know, I'm gonna refrain from litigating the case today here in the public. But what I will say is, as you all know, the city did file an eviction lawsuit against Class Act Restaurant Group, and we're proceeding to evict Class Act from the city-owned property in accordance with the lease and applicable law. As was stated, Ms. Amana stayed past her lease, hence the need to file an eviction lawsuit. Additionally, the city was sued by Class Act. When somebody sues you, you generally have to defend that lawsuit. So that's what we are doing. And I will say this, you know, my firm is vigorously defending the city, and this goes out to not only Class Act, but anybody else that wants to sue the city. Weiss Sirota and myself, we're going to vigorously defend that action. And so everybody should be aware of that. In terms of any individual motions, as I said, I'm not going to litigate the case here. We will do that in court. Thank you.
Yeah, I look forward to that. I will say this, it wasn't just as simple as grab and go as far as the decision, but when one applicant changes the numbers, even up to the date of the final decision, and I know that's conveniently left out of any discussion we have from the mouthpiece for the other parties. But when that happens, that makes you uncomfortable with what you're going to end up as an end product if they keep changing it as they go along. And that's what occurred. So, but it must be nice to have a mouthpiece out there when we're in litigation.
And Mayor, if I may, I just want to point out, since attorney's fees were mentioned, we are seeking attorney's fees as part of the city's claim.
I know. I don't fall for the fire in the movie theater stuff, but very much aware. And Ms. Hollenbeck, I'm very sorry that we cannot hear you or understand you. My apologies for that. Please give us a call. You can call me 954-816-1936. We're going to look into finding out where your permits are and see what the situation is. I don't know if Mr. Powers had the opportunity to look it up while we're been talking. Mr. Power, do you have a?
It's not only my permission.
I'd be happy to give her my card so we can talk tomorrow, but there's multiple permits that were from the fire that were caused from work without permit. That's what started the fire. And because there is insurance claims, not all the permits have been submitted for the common areas. So that is partially the reason for why work has not been completed, but permits for certain items that have been, certain units that have been submitted have been approved.
Okay.
But the common area work has not been completed yet. And that's not the city's liability. That's not the city's fault.
Okay, thank you. And we'll have him get with you. That way you can have a discussion about that. That's okay. I think we addressed everything. I think so. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, we are now on the consent agenda. Items 7 through 22 are currently on consent.
And Mayor, if I may, I'd like to defer 19 and 20 to the next meeting to provide additional review time for the commission, as I know they didn't receive those plans up until I think it was yesterday or today.
Do we need a motion for that?
Hold on one second. I just want to make sure before we do that. So we have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. That's what it would be.
The city manager requested items 19 and 20 be deferred.
7 through 18, and then 21 and 22. Is that correct?
My apologies. It's 18 and 19, Mayor. Deferral of 18 and 19.
Okay, you want to pull 18 and 19. That's why I want to take more time on this one. Okay. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22. Okay. Is there anyone that would like to speak on any of these items? I'm going to pull number 11 for discussion. That's okay. Just raise your hand and I'll call on you, okay? How many what would you like pulled?
Poll 10.
Okay.
Poll 13 and I want to poll 14.
Okay, 10, 13, and 14. Anyone else, Mr. Hers? 16, thank you. Anyone else like polled for discussion? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online that is requesting anything? Okay. So we're going to poll 10, 13, 14, and 16. We can address as one if the commission would like. 7, 8, 9, 10, excuse me, 7, 8, 9. It's going to be fun. 11, 12, 15, 17. I did. Oh, yes, I did. I pulled 11. That's me. Yeah. 17, 20, 21, and 22. Okay. All right.
Motion to approve those. Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hudak and a second from Commissioner Parnas for approval of 7, 8, 9, 12, 15, 17, 20, 21, and 22. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas.
Yes.
Mayor Gans.
Yes.
Mayor, would you like to do the deferral motion on 18 and 19 now?
Yeah, let's do 18 and 19 deferral.
Motion to defer.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. Thank you, gentlemen. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay.
Okay, item number 10 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving and adopting the National Institute of Standards and Technologies Cybersecurity Framework as the city's cybersecurity standards pursuant to section 282.3185 Florida statutes, providing for an effective date.
Okay. Anyone from the public care to comment on this item? Daniel, that was you. Did like to pull that one? Yes, sir.
Daniel Shinetsky, 34 Keswick B, Century Village, Deerfield Beach, 33442. I'm definitely in favor of this. I think that's critical. Months ago, we passed implementing it's called the Enterprise Resource Planning System, or the ERP, basically the city's software system, to re-implement it, to redo it, to modernize it. The ERP program is a backbone of the city. We need software, computer software, and cybersecurity is paramount to protecting the software. That's why I feel it's very, very important to approve this. Tyler Tech, who's engineering the software system for the ERP system, is top notch. So I think this is very important that we pass this. I think they had started in November 23 implementing the ERP program. So I think this is critical to pass.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else from the public on item number 10? Close it to the public.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Preston. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas.
Yes.
Mayor Gans.
Yes.
Item number 11 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the award of community participation grant to DPR Youth Enrichment Association for Academics and Athletics, Inc. in the amount of $45,000 to support the Packer Rattlers youth football, cheerleading, and academic support programs, providing for execution, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you. My understanding is that this is a request to ask for the money that has been budgeted, the $35,000, but also an additional $10,000. And I would like an explanation of how we got here and why we're doing this. And I know, yeah, we had the president here, Mr. Philpart.
Good evening. Tyrone Philpart, 5808 Australian Pine Drive, Tamarack, Florida. First off, I'd like to thank you guys for your continued support. It's been a really, really crazy year. God, where do we start? We've I don't know, it's from 2019 when we came back, obviously all of the equipment and everything has been, the prices have escalated. I've had conversations with Mr. Preston, but we never came back and requested an increase. We have done our best to maintain, and we've got some sponsors, we're doing some things. The reason that we are asking for the increase this year is primarily because of the transportation issue. We were notified 2 weeks before the season that we would not have access to the city transportation because there are no drivers. So we went out and we contracted the district, school district to transport us. That's just an additional fee. It's about $1,200 per weekend. We have cheer competitions, and right now, because we are we went beyond the October 1st budget, city, we kind of got a little bit of arrears. I actually talked to Mr. Sanducci. We were asking, you know, if you could take it out of next year's budget. We're really not asking for anything more than to accommodate for the busing change. And also another problem that we're having is we can't secure BSO officers because we're not paying the detail rate. So we're going to have to kind of pay a higher rate to get security. They don't pick up our details because we're paying the standard rate. So the costs have increased with those things, and we're just asking for help accommodating that.
Okay. So I think for me, looking at this, there's a little more to it though, that I have questions on, that I'm struggling with. First off, you had a huge decrease from 2022 to 23. I mean, we know when we got reinstated, you guys came before us and you asked for 50,000 to get restarted. And we realized that that wasn't going to be enough. And I said, let's do 75 because that seemed like it was going to be enough of a nest egg. The next year we had COVID, so you couldn't have a season. So you had the 75,000. 2021, you went forward. 2022, and I'm looking at 2023 numbers, and cheerleading went from 105, which is the highest point it was at 2022, down to 60. Football went from 180 down to 130 people that have participated. And both those numbers are less than what it's been with the exception of the initial 2019 year. But you guys chose to not charge any money for registration. So that's a business decision that you're leaving out of this, that you've chosen not to do. You've got numbers that have gone down and you can't give the product away for free. So that concerns me when I look at this just from a number standpoint.
And you know, I imagined that would come up. There were some factors that were beyond our control. We had an ex NFL player who was in an attempt to attack Commissioner Preston, put out some things about the organization, about Kenton Smith, that kind of pushed some people away. There's some people who are kind of upset at us, some coaches. It's a really coach-driven league. Some coaches who were upset at us because we wouldn't really acquiesce to their demands. We had people who wanted to have their own jersey and do different things and kind of act individually. We kind of stood our ground. We're going to be one organization. So we had some coaches who left and took entire teams. However, you know, when they go to that other organization and they don't get their way, they see that what we're asking for is fair. So I know our numbers will increase. You know, there was a whirlwind from January to May. There were people were saying we weren't going to have a program. We lost a lot of kids, and in order to get through, we made the decision that the only way we could survive was to not charge this year. And we got through, we had teams with 18, 15, we barely made it. We wanted to make sure that we were able to sustain the season. Otherwise, I don't think we would have had Packer Rattlers this year.
Okay. And that probably, I would imagine that's a shame that that accounts for the lack of kids participating. But again, that was a business decision that you guys made, knowing that we're the ones that pay for the things that I don't think you came before us at all to speak to us about. This is the first I'd heard about it, that you went with zero registration on the $0 in the registration. The other concern that I have looking at this is I'm looking at the expenses on here and the helmets. You've got helmets down for $8,875. Then you went and reconditioned equipment for $5,593. I'm just trying to understand where that all kicks in as far as making, because you have, it seems like the equipment seems to be having costs that I don't quite understand.
Well, every 2 years you have to recondition helmets. So probably in early January, the representative from Riddell goes around to high schools and they came to us. They picked the helmets up and I think we got them back in early June. There was a delay. So you kind of have to beat the rush because every high school is trying to do it. So we had to send those out for reconditioning. And, you know, when you get into a situation where you don't know what your numbers are going to be, you have to make sure you put your helmet order in early. So we have a lot of equipment that was frankly not used because, you know, we were fighting to maintain it. That will obviously bode well for us going forward because we don't have to get those helmets reconditioned. And we're not going to incur that cost this year. But, you know, those are just the things that you have to do on a yearly basis.
So you had new, then you had reconditioned for what you had. Those are just what the prices are.
Right.
Even with, so I imagine the price increase accounts for the fact that you had lower numbers, but those dollar amounts seem pretty high. So just the cost went up on that.
Right.
Okay. Another thing that I see that's costing you money is this appeals process. $3,750 to have 10 coaches come forward to try to apply that couldn't pass the background check. Okay. 6 out of the 10, I believe, were rejected.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, looking at the backgrounds, I can't believe people are wasting money, even considering some of the things that we have here. I've got one person who was not approved, who went through despite couldn't pass it the first time, but wanted to go through an appeals process, has a 35-page record that includes failure to register as a career offender. And this is a Pompano resident. This isn't a Deerfield resident. That has everything from when the government tells you you're a career offender, I have a feeling you should probably not think that you're going to be able to pass being a background on a coach. Another Pompano resident, 3 DUIs, suspended driver's license driving on, didn't pass it. You've got a Deerfield Beach resident that as of February 28 had assault with intent to kill.
Okay.
So they couldn't pass the background check, but they wanted to appeal it. And it's costing a ridiculous amount of money that quite frankly would have covered some of the stuff you're asking us for. 2nd-degree felony, battery with deadly weapon, another Fort Lauderdale resident who wanted to coach, he wouldn't take no for an answer. I think at some point you got to tell these people, don't appeal. It's costing us money. And your backgrounds, it's not there.
Well, and I understand that, but as a measure of rule, we do not really kind of dive into their backgrounds. They come, they ask for an appeal, and we process it. It's not my business to go and get their background. So I don't know who's appealing. I don't know what their records are. So that's the process that's in front of us. You know, we're not crazy about it. We accept it, but we don't know what those backgrounds are. I don't see those records and say you should, you shouldn't.
Okay. But I mean, I'm looking at that.
I understand.
And it's a
and
big
I
waste
agree.
of money.
I agree
People
with
that have no business.
I can't disagree. with that.
So I think that's frustrating. And just so you know, we're one of the few cities that have an appeals process. Most cities don't have an appeals process. So if you look at Boca Raton doesn't have an appeals process. Pompano Beach doesn't have an appeals process. Coconut Creek has no appeals. Everybody has level 2 background checks except for Boca, and they're switching that now from level 1 to level 2. And I'm looking at this, and that's a big cost, and it's frustrating when I see that. It's on there when we're asking for more. I struggle with it because I felt like you requested stuff initially when you came before us, and I know you guys are volunteers. You're doing a great job with it. So I did, but my struggle is we gave you more money than you asked for the first year. $25,000 more to say, hey, let's really get started. And it's just crashing. And now we have a product that we're struggling to give away for free. And I know that's got to be frustrating and painful for you guys, but it's hard for me to go ahead and sign off on this to give another 10,000 for something that doesn't seem to be able to bring in enough kids to be able to cover what the expenses are.
Well, I think you have to understand this, and you know, looking at it from your vantage point, I understand that there was a tidal wave. When you have someone attacking Commissioner Preston and in essence saying the Rattlers are dead, that those drive people away. We were able to resolve it. However, there wasn't a retraction. And by the time all of that was concluded, kids were gone. And we had people, you know, we were trying to say, okay, there will be a season, but when the word on the street is there won't be a season, kids commit other places. That's what happened. But prior to all of this, we had a great season the prior year, and we're anticipating a really good season this year.
Is it possible to take the money that we've already signed you guys, pay off because there's a balance still unpaid invoices. And I certainly want to make sure that you guys cover that. I don't want that to ruin anybody's, you know, I don't want the Packer Rattler reputation to be, you know, we have outstanding bills out there. I want that taken care of. But for me, it makes more sense to deduct it off there. And I'm frustrated with the decision to charge nothing, because where's your money coming from? Other than the city, where else is the money coming from? You said you have sponsorships. I don't see any fundraising. I don't see anything other than ask the city to cover bills based on a business decision you guys made.
We did not come back to the commission, and I can't understand that. But we made the decision that we felt was best at the time. Are we perfect? Absolutely not. Have we made mistakes? I'm sure we'll make more mistakes, but we're doing what we feel is in the best interest of the program and in the best interest of these kids, and that's all we can stand on.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. You might want to stick around because I think there's a bunch of lights on, so I think there's probably going to be some questions. So, Commissioner Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things I'd like to address is when you talk about the appeals process, and you said that we were one of a few cities that have it. Most cities don't, but there are cities that don't have any type of appeal process, but there are cities that do. And they have something built into their system to address it. And so when we say that, you know, a lot of cities don't, well, there are cities also out there that do. And I think it's also important to understand that when you look at how you said it was a business decision on their part, well, I'm going to tell you, they're going to always struggle, in my opinion, with registration. They're going to always struggle. Here's the reason why. Kids can't afford it. Kids just simply can't afford it. And if you don't get those kids, you know, to get involved, then you're in a position to say, now what do we do now? And it's not a thing of comparing, you know, one to the other. But the fact is that in other places where the community is more affluent, they can afford to be able to pay for those kids, and they can, you know, it can at least sustain itself. and you can offset costs because kids are paying for the parents are paying for the kids. Where these kids primarily come from, I'm going to say, it's just my opinion, I think they're going to always be challenged with registration and making monies for them. So it's not just a business decision on their part to say, well, we're just not going to charge any money. It's the fact of the matter is they also understand the dynamics, the social dynamics that they're dealing with. And the fact is that parents can't afford it. And so if you can't afford it, what do you do then? Because if you don't get the kids involved, if you don't get those kids involved, I'm going to tell you that they're going to do other things. The Packer Rattlers provide an alternative to making bad decisions. And sometimes there is a cost associated with that. And so as much as I would like to think that it would be a great thing to have parents pay for it, I'm going to say that they're going to always struggle in that area of registration. You have to look at where the kids come from. You have to look at the economics associated in that area. And so it's always going to be a struggle. And because it's a struggle, that's always going to show up on the sheets as you didn't make enough money in registration. And it's going to be that way because of what I just stated. That's just the way that it is, something that we have to deal with. Now, I'm going to tell you also, there are cities, Pompano Beach being one of them, that set money aside. They really invest in their programs. Like, let's say, there's 3 football teams in Pompano: Cowboys, Chiefs, and the Eagles. And what Pompano does is set an amount for those 3 parks to deal primarily with football. And that's somewhere, and I don't know the exact number, but that's somewhere in the neighborhood of $250,000. And what they do is just put it in a fund so that each team can take care of all of the things that they need to take care of: transportation, refurbishing helmets, and sometimes what they find out is it's not the same on a year-to-year basis. Sometimes what happens is that one team may use that amount and over what is allotted to them. They don't get the 250,000. One
Right.
team, you split it up over 3. And so sometimes they are good, and sometimes they have to actually contribute. So it's one of those kinds of things where the Packer Rattlers are going to have to make adjustments. And I would like to think that there will be a time where parents can't afford to pay some of the registration to offset. But I'm going to tell you, I see what's going on, and that is an area where they're going to struggle. Now, making other decisions about different things, that's fine. Those are things that we can look at and we can change. But I can tell you, with the people that are in place over there, from what I've seen, they are struggling in a lot of ways and doing the very best job they can to keep these kids involved. Now, here's where we're going to lose. When we don't pay attention to them, to that situation, if we allow it to deteriorate, it's really going to go bad, because that's when the cost of everything is going to go up. Because the minute one of those kids do not participate and at least learn certain things just about life itself, there are other decisions out there that they can make. And that one costs, because once they go into the penal system, everybody in this room is going to pay for their dental. Everybody in this room is going to pay for their health care. Everybody in this room is going to pay for their food. So it's going to really cost us. And I think that from time to time, we may have a situation like this. I don't have a problem with that. We gave the Historical Society $250,000. So there are times where, and I didn't have a problem with that. I voted for that. And so the things with the Packer Rattlers in situation like this and an extra $10,000, I think that we're going to see from time to time that there are challenges, and we have to just try to meet those challenges so that a program can exist and that sort of thing. So there are challenges. We need to address whatever we can to make the organization solvent and sustainable, but there are going to be times where things are going to happen.
Okay. Commissioner Hudak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you guys. because you're volunteers and you're going above and beyond trying to help these kids. I know your heart is in the right place, so I want to thank you. This commission shouldn't be guilted into doing this because we're not those children's parents. These gentlemen are doing everything that they can to save these children from making bad decisions, but they can't replace their parents either. And some of that has to fall on their parents. It's not just this commission or the people in this commission or in this room that are failing these kids. The first line of defense is their parents. And I understand their parents will have different challenges, whether it's working or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, they're the one who has the child and they should have the responsibility. With regards to financing the Packer Rattlers, I am for it because it does give these kids an outlet. It gives them positive role models. It gives them someone to look up to who is doing this out of the kindness of their heart and doing the best that they can with, you know, the funds that they have. I don't believe the organization should pay for the appeals process. I understand you don't get the background checks and you should get the background check.
I think we actually pay for all of that. We pay for the background checks and the
Well,
appeals.
I don't mind the background check. I don't think that the organization, the city or the organization should pay for the appeals process. I'll pay you for your background check. If you fail, if you want to appeal, you should pay for it. And that's $3,000 right there that the organization is going to save that they can put forward to reconditioning helmets or whatever the case may be. In my line of work, if somebody fails a drug test, they have an opportunity to appeal it, but they have to pay for that. And that should be on the would-be coach. I think it's important that we stick to the standards. I know earlier in the year, my counterpart was complaining that, or concerned that a number of coaches had left the organization because of the appeals process and took children with them. But I would rather our children be exposed to positive individuals than someone who has a greater football knowledge who also has a criminal background. At the end of the day, you know, maybe 0.1% of these kids are going to make it to the NFL. Hopefully 10% of them will get a college scholarship out of this. But, you know, 90% of these kids, we're doing it for them so that they make the right decisions in life, give them a strong foundation. You know, if they make it to the NFL or college, that's great, but those odds are far and few between. As a city, I think we're doing as good a job as we can. And I am in support of this because I know that their heart is in the right place. I would like to see some kind of a plan of action for fundraising. It shouldn't just be all on us. It shouldn't be all on them because I'm sure they're taking money out of their own pockets as well to try and keep this thing afloat. So that's something, and I don't have a talent for it, but there are people that have talent to build fundraising and they have the energy. And I think that's something that they really need to look into. You may be a great defensive back, but not a good quarterback. So you got to find that quarterback who can help you with the fundraising because, you know, this is a cost of doing business sometimes. And we're doing this for the right reason. And I do support this. I know that there's some challenges, some mistakes have been made, but as long as they are complying with our request to see where all of those funds are going, and they're doing the right thing, then I am support of helping them out.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Parnas.
I coached Little League baseball for 12 years in New York. We had a rule, if you were convicted of a felony, you had no appeal. Felony, not a misdemeanor, felony. Okay. When you were 13 and you smoked a joint and you got a little ding with the police department, that wouldn't be enough to keep a coach from coaching. But if you committed a felony, we told you, you want an appeal, you pay for it because you ain't going to pass. Not with the felony conviction. And some of these people have serious and it's costing you a lot of money. That money could be better used. I would advise anybody with a felony conviction to say, stop knocking your head against the wall. You can't pass. And we're not paying for it just to see you lose again. 1, 2, we always went to the merchants that sponsor a team. I had Tom McCann Bombers as one of my teams, and it said Tom McCann on the uniforms, and its sponsorship was a few $100s. I remember when, after my last election and my campaign fund, I donated to the Packer Rattlers and to Little League, because I believe sports programs for kids are good, but you've got to get more people involved. You've got to get the parents involved. Whatever it takes to raise some money. Signs on the park. You go to a high school and drive down the road from Monarch, go to Boca, go to, can't think of the name of the road. There's a high school in Boca that you go by, there's 50 ads on the fence. People are interested if you approach them. You get $25 here, $50 there, whatever it is, it adds up. But make an effort. Make an effort. I believe in the program. I believe it's good for kids. It's not the only thing. And I'm not going to sit here and say, well, if we don't have a football program, they're all going to be criminals. Not true. I grew up as a kid with no Little League, no organized football except in high school, and I didn't turn out to be a criminal. So it's an easy way out. The effort has to be coaching the kids, money. How can we raise some money? If you got to sell a raffle at a game, you need people to work with you, parents, to try to raise some money. Because when people give, they want to participate and see where their money is going. Even if it's a $10 donation, they might come to a game. If you're selling stuff at the peanuts or hot dogs or whatever, like they do at Little League, you might make some extra money out of it. But that's where the effort has to go. It's not just the kids. It's keeping it alive. We have a pocketbook, and it's deep, but it's not never ending. It reaches a point where we say, how many kids are involved? 130 in the program? $50,000 is a lot of money to spend for 130 kids for a program without help. So what we're asking you to do is clean up the act the best you can, which you've done a great job, and try to help us help you. I support the program because I supported Little League almost my whole life. I had 2 sons that played in Little League, and I coached when they graduated. So it gets in your blood, and I know it's in your blood, and you want to see it continue. The only thing I could think, how can we raise some more money? How can we get more kids involved? Don't be ashamed to ask the parents for a donation. Not a fee to play, but a donation. You'd be surprised. It adds up. So I want to thank you for your service, for your work with the kids. I know how hard football coaching can be. There's so many facets to the game. So I wish you well and let you know you have my vote.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Drosky.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, to the 3 gentlemen at the podium, I mean, this is nothing against you. I mean, as Commissioner or Vice Mayor Parnas says, you know, we're always constantly looking for volunteers. So all the work that you do with the Packer Rattlers certainly doesn't go unnoticed. There's nothing nefarious that's going on here. There's no bad intentions. But there's a disconnect here. The initial seed money that we gave was $75,000 thousand. And my recollection of the time was that was supposed to go down over time as you guys got your roots in the community and proceeded with the program. And it was stated by one of my colleagues that, you know, this is a cost of doing business for the city, but I actually don't agree with that statement. This is not, and this is a big sticking point with me, is this is not a city program. This is a private organization that we're giving money to. And if you take the Packer Rattlers name off the organization, and if I told you in a vacuum that the city is giving money to a private organization that's losing money, you'd probably have a problem with that because it's costing the taxpayers that are paying into that. Now we're going to put the Packer Rattlers name on it. And that's fine because you guys do great work within the city, but there's got to be some assurances going forward as to how you're going to run this program. It seems to me that it's just the competition has just lapped Deerfield Beach, and maybe it's by cutthroat examples, but football is cutthroat, recruiting is cutthroat, and it seems like some bad actors that there have taken down the program by a notch or two. But, and I'm not saying that's correct, but there's all kinds of things that go on out there, and it seems like the competition has lapped us a little bit, and now we're at a $10,000 deficit. So what assurances do we have going forward that we're not going to be in the exact same spot next year and the year after and the year after? So I'd kind of like to hear, what those assurances are, as to what you're going to do different going forward, so that we're not having this conversation every year. And I don't want to put you on the spot tonight, but I guess what I'd like to see happen is I'm with the mayor that we don't want to give the Packer Rattlers a bad name out there that they can't pay their bills. I would propose funding the $10,000 deficit tonight, and then have you guys put together a written action plan as to what's going to change going forward. Is it the fundraising that Commissioner Parnas sets forth? Is it more sponsorships? What assurances can you give to the taxpayers of Deerfield Beach that are paying this money that this is a good investment? I think it is, and I think you can do a good job doing it, but doing it on the fly tonight, I don't think is going to serve anybody in their best interest. So I'd like to see the 10 funded tonight, and then come back in January with a written explanation for how the additional 35 is going to be allocated going forward. And I'm sure I've heard, it's not really rumors, but that our staff is willing to work with your organization to help you, to give you some guidance. I think there just needs to be some parameters or something, a document that we can all look at and say, hey, this is the steps that they're willing to take going forward, and not just do it tonight, because who knows what I'm going to remember a year from now as to what actions you're going to do or not do. But if we have it on paper going forward, I think that will help you, give you guys some guidelines, and it'll be some guidelines too to the city, and that the taxpayers can be comfortable with, that are actually paying this bill.
Thank you. Commissioner Preston?
I totally disagree with that. I totally disagree with that. If they write it down and then they're not able to live up to it, then you hold them accountable. No, the fact of the matter is that there are situations, dynamics, social dynamics that you have to deal with. And I can understand the sentiment of this, of this commission and wanting to know accountability. But let me also tell you that you have to look at exactly how this money is being spent, and it's for the betterment of the program. They haven't been coming in front of us every year presenting failures. In fact, they've actually done a good job. And to my colleague, I wasn't trying to guilt the commission into anything. The fact of the matter is that those are social dynamics that you're dealing with. But that's not only in Deerfield, it's in Pompano, it's in Detroit, it's everywhere where neighborhoods that are challenged economically, there's failure. Programs like the Packer Rattlers offset that failure. If we got the parents involved, and I totally agree with you, but if you could solve that, you will have solved a lot of issues and a lot of statistics that Mr. Hofstein can tell you about kids would go away. Those parents are concerned more with getting, just paying the little bit of the bills that they have, being the challenges of putting food on the table. And it's hard to get them to make the commitment that we would like to see them make. It would be a great thing if that could happen. But I'm gonna tell you, that's in all over our country. That's all over our country. And if we saw that, getting parents involved, it's said like, hey, we can do that. All you need to do is get the parents involved. Okay, I agree with that. Let's do it. It's not gonna happen. Okay, reality check. It's not gonna happen. There's a lot of other dynamics that we have to look at. And if we're gonna get into that observation, then I'm willing to have that debate. Let's debate it, because there's a lot of issues that are not being talked about right now that are factors as to why they have been in the situation that it is. And like I said, they're not coming before us every year. Hey, give me some more money. Give me some more money. It's one-time situation. And that's what we got to deal with. That's what we have to deal with. These guys are doing a great job. These guys are doing a great job. And I believe on their own, without a commission telling them, they're looking for ways to prevent any further need for money coming before this commission. I think what they did because they had to. There was outstanding invoices. And to make it more than what it is, I think it's a challenge, and I think it's wrong.
Thank you. Look, I understand that obviously it's always going to be a struggle. First off, let's just drop no one's debating the need and the importance of the program, and no one's debating your efforts and all the hard work you guys put in. I really appreciate it. What I disagree with is this. You didn't come to us during the budget time to say there was a problem. This is coming out of nowhere as far as I'm concerned. First I've heard of it. Last couple of weeks is the first I've heard of this. So it wasn't brought up in the budget that, hey, they're struggling with this, here's an issue. And you can't say that's because parents can't afford to do it. Their numbers were rising every single year. So it had nothing to do with cost. I mean, in 2022, their numbers are 105 cheerleaders and 180 football players. That dropped to 60 cheerleaders and 130 football players. Had nothing to do. And they gave it away. They gave it for free. And that's what their numbers were. So don't tell me it's about, hey, parents can't afford it. Well, okay, there's nothing to afford. It was free. And their numbers dropped.
That's what I'm saying. They can't charge it. They're not going to charge because they know that the parents can't afford it.
The drop in numbers is clearly attributed to whatever this issue was that you guys had with somebody out there that did some damage. That's the only issue. Don't come to me with transportation and BSO. You made a business decision that cost you over $11,000 because if you had charged them, every single participant, the $60 that is the resident rate, not the non-resident rate, but just that covers what you're in the hole for. It was the business decision that I have the problem with, Commissioner. Okay? You can't give this away for free and then come back without a discussion with the commission. That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't work. And Tyrone, I know you want to speak. I'm going to let you speak, but I'm going to speak my mind on it. Okay? Look, that's the bottom. That's where your hole is. You chose not to charge any money. And I get it the first year. You want to get reestablished. That's why we gave you more money. But I don't get it now. And I don't think it's unreasonable to say, give me an idea what your business plan, or at least include us in it. You can't make these decisions on your own and then come back later and ask us to clean it up. And especially don't tell me that it's because of these other reasons when the real factor is you don't have a lot of participants, and even if for free, your numbers have dropped significantly. And that stinks. Someone would do that to a great organization and all the hard work you guys have done on this. So look, the bottom line is no one's trying to say that it's not worthy. It's not a worthy cause, not a worthy group, not a worthy people that are volunteering for it. My issue is there's got to be some accountability here. And we've got to be, if you want the money, there's got to be some part of bringing us into the equation. That to me is good planning. That to me shows I'm not giving money to an organization that is just going to make these decisions and come back to us for more. That gives me some guarantee that we've got a little bit of plan. We're all on the same page, that we're not blindsided by this. This comes up during the budget issue because that's great. Yes, we did give the Historical Society $250,000. That's an apples and oranges comparison. because one came before us before the budget with a whole plan and what their issue was. No different than we gave $75,000 to get this program off the bat. They didn't have a business plan then either. But looking at the numbers, we were able to say, hey, you're asking for 50. How about we give you 75? Because I don't see how it's adding up. I think that's the big issues. I would much rather have you guys focusing on what's on the field and looking after those kids, because I think that's where you guys excel. These business decisions, we've got to be a part of it. Got to be a part of that. You can't blindside it. You can't make these on your own. And if you guys agree to that, I'm okay. But you can't make these decisions. If anything, why am I paying non-resident kids with Deerfield Beach taxpayer dollars to participate in this program? If anything, if you want to cut our residents, kids, charging them, fine. But those kids from other cities, what are we doing? Can't do that. At least give me that. So, I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I want as many kids, you know, it's a global issue. I get it, but it's Deerfield Beach taxpayer dollars. And that's all I'm asking. You guys can't make these decisions on your own. You got to have us included in this. Let us know what's going on. And if it was properly done, it comes up at the budget time and we're able to budget it. It makes sense. I'm not blindsided to this because if you just look at the numbers, it looks like, what are we doing? Doesn't make sense to me. So Tyrone, I know you want to say something, Mr. Philpott, coach.
So, you know, again, I can't debate your points. There are factors that really can't be just ironed out right now. As far as the blind side, we're not going to be in a situation. 2 weeks before, it's a fire, it's a storm. We lost our Parks and Rec director. It's a whole new crew, and the reconditioning bill was sent in June, but it was hidden. So we assumed that that was coming out of our budget. So that we got that in mid-October. So, we knew we had to do reconditioning. That would have been a part of the budget. That hit us after the budget closed. Then the busing situation was 2 weeks prior to the season. So, we made the decision and, it was on the fly because we knew we would not, we did not feel we'd be able to have a program unless we kind of incentivized. The guy who said he was, who was after, and I don't want to bring up names because the guy who was after Ben actually came and said he would pay for the kids to do it, but that never kind of happened. So there are 1,000 factors that can't be fleshed out right now. And like Commissioner Preston said, we don't come back every year for a change. We adapt. We do what we have to do. I've been in concession stands on Saturdays from 8 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night, just so we can pay the referees. These guys are there. We're doing everything that we can. And as far as time, we want to be as self-sufficient as possible. John is our finance guy. He's our fundraising guy. He does his best. So we are, I've talked to our new Parks and Rec director. I've talked to Liz. We are really willing to work with them. We're excited to work with them to find other ways to support the program. But we were blindsided. So, we're at a point where, we're in mid-October, we're told you have to pay these invoices. We can't pay them unless Ted and John and I just go in our bank accounts and pay it. So we're blindsiding you because we were blindsided. And that's no one's fault here. There were some things done, some mistakes made, but we're not pointing fingers. We're just trying to get this resolved and move forward in a positive way.
Can you agree then that as you make these decisions,
absolutely,
that the city is in?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise there's no more funding. That's as far as I'm concerned, there's no more funding. I mean, it's along the point of what Commissioner Drosky said. I'm not asking for a business plan necessarily, but you do need to have some sort of business plan and how you're going to move forward to look at these expenses.
That's fair.
And you need to keep us in the loop. And if you don't, I won't approve any more funding.
Yeah, that's fair.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
That's how I feel. I don't know what anybody else feels, but that's where I'm at.
I have one thing to say.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
It was also brought up about, guys from the Packer Rattlers in that, from the board, looking into some of the people that are not going to pass the background check. I don't think that they have the authority to look at people's records and they don't. So they can't do that, Commissioner. They are not allowed to look at anybody's record and say, you know what, we know you're going to fail. They can't do that. They don't have the ability. So I just want.
Well, I will say, I would think a lot of these people are known to them that are coming forward. And I will say this, I am leaning towards no longer paying for to what Commissioner Hudak's point is. If you can't pass a background check, but you're that committed to it, put your money where your mouth is and don't take $3,700 for someone's ego to think that they deserve to do it when I've got a 35-page arrest record dating back 20 years. Come on, that's just a waste of our money and time. It's a waste of your money and time. So, that's where I'm getting towards, especially seeing what cities don't do it. I mean, I think we're pretty lenient, but I'm not asking for that now, but that's something for future consideration. Commissioner Drosky.
I'm just trying to get a feel, Mayor, based upon your comments of what you're looking for would be acceptable to this commission as a whole going forward. I mean, I did give the proposal. I'm not looking for a full-blown, business plan going forward, but I think there needs to be something as to what steps they're going to take going forward. Would anyone be amenable to my plan is to attend tonight and then have them come back in January with a plan of action going forward? Or is this commission just willing to give the full 45 tonight with the verbal assurances and see what happens during the next year? Because I need to know how to craft a motion going forward, and I think we need to have that discussion.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
I would say we go along with them and put them on notice that we want a plan. Or next year, no. You got to come up with some kind of program to help yourselves. If you won't do that, the piggy bank is drying up. We're a program that's shrinking. Make the effort. I'm willing to give you the $45,000 tonight. But rest assured this, if you don't have a plan and you don't make an effort to raise money, and I like the mayor's outside people that come into the program should pay. How come they can? If they want to, they can. They're coming from Coral Springs or Parkland or Pompano. Why are they coming to our program? Because it's free. I believe we take care of our kids first. I think it can be done. I've seen it done over the years with programs. You have to make the effort to get sponsorships. It's not that hard to walk into a business with a couple of kids and ask for a donation to help the sports, and you'll walk out with checks. It may not be $1 million, but it'll be a help. But the effort has to be made. You got to help yourself. I am for these programs, but the programs also got to help us. They got to make the effort. It's not just, oh, give me the money and I'll be on the field. Not enough. When I drive around and I see business signs on high school football fields, I say, gee, what a great idea. Maybe we can work something out where you play, where there's a fence, we can put signs up. I would be amenable to that. I'd even introduce the legislation to allow it. If we could do it. And that would help you. If need be, I'll make the motion that we approve it tonight with the understanding that we want a business plan. We want to see effort for the next year. or it'll be severe next year. There has to be some accountability of the program. Some.
Commissioner Hudak?
Let's hear from the public.
You know,
I didn't hear that.
Commissioner Preston, did you want?
Commissioner Drosky said he wanted us to discuss, he said.
Just wanted to hear what the public has to say.
So we'll hold your comment till, I'll hold your spot, but go ahead, Commissioner Preston. If you want to discuss it.
Yes, I think that the best way going forward would be to allow the Packer Rattler organization, those that are represented here tonight, to work with our staff. We have a new parks director. We have certainly a competent person, right behind that person who are familiar with these sort of things. Give them a chance to be able to work it out with them. Now, if they came forward and say, you know what, they're not getting it done, then maybe an action plan is the most appropriate. But I think we, in this situation, is putting the cart before the horse. Allow them to work with competent people that we have already in place. We don't need to jump over their head. Let's give them this was more of an aberration more than anything. They don't come to us all the time. Now, if they were coming before us every year, certainly an action plan may be needed at that point. They don't come before us. And we got a new parks director. We got people that are in place that are able to oversee these things and point them in the right direction. Let's give the people that we have in place an opportunity to help them, to guide them, to show them. Now, if they come before us, or the city manager tells us that his staff is telling him that the Packer Rattlers is not willing to work with them, and they're ignoring their suggestions, then at that time we need to have a conversation. But I think we ought to give our people a chance before we ask for some sort of business plan. Because, there's a lot of businesses out there, when writing a plan, they need people around them to be able to help them to write it efficiently and to do it right. I think we have people in place that could help guide the Packer Rattlers, and I think we need to give them an opportunity.
Okay, thank you. I'm open to the public. Anyone from the public here to comment on this item? Ms. Freitag, go right ahead.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. Right off the bat, playing football does not keep you out of jail. You can ask Michael Vick and Aaron Hernandez and a whole lot of other past, previous, current NFL football players. Playing football does not keep you out of jail. So let's get started with that. Secondly, they've got to get some marketing involved. It's a great organization, but I never, ever see any events promoting the sports, promoting the teams, promoting the cheerleaders. The only time I ever see the Packer Rattlers is when they're coming in front of the city asking for money for transportation to this, transportation to that, or they've won a championship and they're there to take a picture and get a proclamation. I never see any fundraising whatsoever. The entire month of November was Giving Tuesday. You saw it flooded Facebook with all these Giving Tuesday campaigns, and not a single one of those was asking money for Packer Rattlers. I never see a GoFundMe campaign. I never see anybody getting any community involvement. Bring in some alumni nights. Bring in the alumni to talk about how great it was being in this organization, and they will also attract the community who will open their wallets and help this organization. But if you guys don't tell us you're in trouble or you need help, then how are we supposed to help you? How are we supposed to know? There's a lot of friends of mine that are football fans that also very well could become coaches. But if they don't know that you need coaches, they're not going to fill out an application till you put it in their hand. So if you need coaches, let the community know. You need money for referees. You need money for or volunteers to come and help in the snack room, in the snack shop, let us know. We will come and help. You just got to communicate with us. Good luck. I hope you get the money. My thought is we will give you 5 and you come back with a plan, do a match dollar for 30 days from now and see how much money you can come up to match that $5,000. But that would be my thought because, you know, it is my taxpayer money. But thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Mr. Hers?
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I just want to say I have not spoken to anybody at the Packer Rattlers. These thoughts are my own. Mayor, I have had my battles with you for 15 years. I can usually 99% of the time, I can see where you're coming from and I can see your angle. And even though I disagree, I see where you're coming from. This is the only time in 15 years that I am just, I can't understand where you're coming from. I want you to try to take a step back and just listen to what I have to say. And I'm not trying to make you look bad. I want to stress that.
I do a good job of that on my own. Go right ahead.
Thank you. With that being said, this organization, from what I understand, other than the Boys and Girls Club, there's no other organization in the city that can help youth stay on a straight and narrow path. If it helps 1 or 2 kids who otherwise would veer off, it's money well spent. And yes, it would be great if they're all Deerfield Beach residents, but hey, if a couple Pompano kids get in there and it helps them, I think this is money well spent. You know how I watch every single penny of the city, money of the city, but sometimes you just have to say, this is worth it because it potentially can save someone's life down the road. And I wish that the scrutiny that you're putting on the Packer Rattlers, I wish you would put on some of the other expense items in the city that you guys overlook. I don't understand why it is so important to come down on them as hard as they are. And it's ironical in a year where you had a State of the City address that was a fundraiser for the Deerfield Beach Historical Society. If you would have had the fundraiser for the State of the City would have been for the Packer Rattlers, I guarantee you they would not be here right now asking for money. So please take a step back. I think if you look at the video from this a week or two, you're going to cringe. You have a chance to take a step back, do the right thing. They've explained why they had these circumstances. And I think in the Christmas spirit, you should look at that and not put undue burdens on them. Yes, if they want to work with the city, I understand that, and that makes sense. But making them do a business plan, come on, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Anyone else? Gwen Clark Reed, Representative, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Gwen Clark Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach. I've listened to this discussion tonight, and I am truly not understanding some of it. Particularly, Mayor, when you speak about the $75,000 that was given to the Packer Rattlers. When was that? In 2019? This is 2023, almost 2024. And I'm sure $75,000 being spent in 2019, you can't spend it and get the same things that you've gotten at that time now. Things have gone up, whatever the cost is of the transportation. There have been changes. At one time, the city did sponsor all of the transportation for the Packer Rattlers, wherever they had to go. The cost of the sheriff's department being involved, all of that cost it's gone up for us just as residents for our own protection in the city. So when you talk about the expense of the Packer Rattlers, that's something totally different. I really think that the staff has made a recommendation, and I would like to ask the commission to follow staff's recommendation on this at this time. And whatever needs to be done, that everybody sitting there on the dais get involved and help with this issue, because it is an issue in the city. It is an issue that has been in District 2 for some time now. And I'd like not to go to my grave still talking about the Packer Rattlers and how it's dividing the city, or the city not being able to understand the needs of the Packer Rattlers. So I'm asking you tonight, and this is Gwen Clark Reed, former commissioner, former state representative, sat in the seat where some of you are sitting tonight, made decisions just like you have to make this evening. And for the betterment of the community, I'm asking that you accept staff's recommendation for this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Yes, ma'am.
Karen Shelley, 190 Durham D. I just want to echo what Representative Clark Reed has said. I support this. I support staff's recommendation. It's also curious that it's my understanding that comments from the public are to be made to the commission, yet now we're allowing public comments to go to the people that are presenting here and giving them ideas on how they can better do the work that they're doing in this community. And I would
Your comments have to be directed towards us. We can direct our comments in.
Right, and there was a previous speaker who did direct the comments to the Packer Rattlers, and I just feel that those comments would be better directed to the commission rather to the people presenting. I thought that was the process. Thank you.
Shelley, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, close it to the public then. Commissioner Preston?
Yes, I hope that, Ms. Freitag, that you're still on. I hope you're still listening. You said, let's start here. Playing football do not keep you out of jail. I never said that. So if you're gonna quote me, then you say exactly what I said. I never said that football will keep you out of jail. But now that you brought it up, football can become an instrument to help keep you out of jail. And if you disagree with that, let's debate it. But I just want to let you know, if you're going to quote me, make sure you say what I said. I never said that playing football will keep you out of jail, but it'll help. Now, if you want to quote that, please do so.
Thank you, Commissioner. Look, I think where we're at is we're going to give you the money. I think that's what it is. All we're asking is you got to participate with us and let us know what's going on. Being blindsided about decisions that were made, you got to work with us on that. I don't think that's a ridiculous request. I don't think that is trying to hold you up over the money or give you different scrutiny. That's kind of what our job is. Anybody else would have to. You know, you brought up the comparison about the Historical Society. They came with a business plan, multiple business plans, have multiple meetings on it. Here's where we're at. Here's our struggles. Here's where we're at. I didn't hear any of that. And we've had plenty of conversations. To not even get a phone call and say, hey, we got a problem here. Look, I get it. Willing to help out, but you know, I just we need to have some participation in that. That's all I'm asking. And I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to request. So, and it's more than 10,000. You guys are asking for 10,000 more than what you're budgeted, but your unpaid bills are $11,451.16. Okay. So, rather than cut into your budget, if you're going to do 35,000, you tack on that 11,451.16 because, you know, everybody's watching those pennies. I want to make sure that's in there. But we'll do that. And that would be a motion that I would be curious to see come forward with some plan. I'm not asking for a full-blown business plan to say, look, we're going to charge this. This is how many kids we think we can have. We can help you guys out with marketing. We do things. And it is an excellent idea to next time we do a fundraiser. But you know what the difference is? We knew what the issue was with that one organization because they came forward and for months tried to work with us, said, hey, here's our struggle. Here's what we're up against. So to try to compare the two is completely ridiculous, in my opinion. And it's not being done by you guys, it's done by others. But there is no comparison. So we came up with an idea of how can we help? We didn't know you were struggling. I didn't know there was an issue because you haven't been coming before us. Mr. Preston makes a great point. It's not like he come to us every year. So, let us give you the 35,000 that we have budgeted. Gwen Clark Reed brings up a great point. Costs go up. If the $35,000 for conditioning and stuff like that isn't enough, you got to let us know before budget time. You got to let us know. I think that's a simple request. It's not a ridiculous request. And it's not, that's all I ask. If we can do that, then great. Keep up the great work that you guys are doing.
What was the total amount, Bill?
$11,451.16 above the 35,000.
So what is it? Give me a total. 36.
46,451.16.
46.
I did that with my shoes on. Just so you guys-
46,415.
Mayor, I want to say something.
I'll make the motion that we.
Okay, hold on. Commissioner Preston has something else.
There are people that I know is going to get the wrong idea, but I'm going to just also tell you, I'm not going to allow you to divide this city over an issue like this. I'm not going to allow you to say, and I will not entertain calls about the hostility of this commission. I want you to understand this is a healthy debate. This debate needs to take place. There's agreement up here and there's some disagreement, but you're also looking at the commission that brought back the pack of Rattlers. I hope you're listening and I hope you hear me. A neighborhood organization with a historic history was not a part of the city of Deerfield Beach. They are back. So who brought them back? How did they get back in the city? It was this commission. And so I understand that we can debate issues. It's healthy to have debate, but it's also important that we have debate without dividing. The Packer Rattler is a necessary organization to keep kids pointing in the right direction. And these people here that are represented tonight are guys that are committed to that one cause. They're also committed to making that organization better and having something that we can believe in. There was nothing nefarious that was proposed or something that maybe somebody's taking money or whatever, nothing like that. We're talking about a budget amendment. And with that, I'll make a motion that we accept the proposal.
Of $46,451.16.
Yes, sir.
I'll second it.
Okay. City manager, are you okay with we're able to? Pretty sure we're okay. Yeah, we have a motion and it's Commissioner Drosky. You want to speak before he moves?
I'd like to ask my colleague if he make a friendly amendment to his motion because the mayor had spoke about, a plan going forward. I don't think it needs to be a full-blown action plan. That was never my intent. But I think they should at least detail what steps they're going to take going forward, be it fundraising, be it sponsorships, be it charging out of city residents. I think that needs to at least be put forward.
I don't think it needs to be a part of the motion, but I trust him to do that. I saw the president said that he would do that with that. So I think to me, that's sufficient. He said that he would do it and I trust that he will do that. He'll bring that forward.
Yeah, but we owe a responsibility to the taxpayers of the city as well.
We do. And I don't think that there's anything that the taxpayer could say when you're taking a person at their word. They'll say they will come forward. Doesn't, in consideration to the taxpayer, doesn't mean that we have to say we're going to have this written into this motion. I think we recognized a lot of the problems, if we want to call them that. And how do we rectify that? And they said, he said, I'm not asking for a full-blown business plan. So whatever it is, because it's not really defined exactly what it is, but I think that we can say that they will work with staff on the recommendation of staff and come forward with something that will work for the organization. I think we need to trust that. So you know, my motion is what it is.
I don't think it's that difficult to ask that. I mean, I'm trying to make this 5-0, Commissioner. I mean, there's got to be some compromise by all of us. I mean, you can't have it all your way. I can't have it all my way. And I think
Well, believe me, I haven't had it all my way. That's for
I
sure.
think we need
I
to
think that
land
that's it.
somewhere where there's some consensus. And I think it's not irresponsible to ask them to just to put something going forward. I'm not asking for a full-blown action plan, but just something that we can all look at a year from now and say, hey, this is what we agreed.
Now, should they present that to staff or present it to the commission?
I'm okay with staff.
Okay, all right. Wait, is that amenable? No.
If I may, you know, one of the, if I may, Mayor and Commissioners, excuse me. There's only one. We've had discussions. I know staff has had discussions with the organization, and as Mr. Philpott said, that, you know, he's excited to work with the new director and assistant director, and that's, I think, because the conversations that I've had with my staff is that they want to put forth the effort with the organization in terms of marketing, you know, marketing, not recruitment efforts for the coaches and for the players, but also to give them and provide guidance on various fundraising efforts and the like. And I don't think it would be difficult for my staff to work with them to put together maybe, you know, a small action plan prior to the season of how they want to proceed, which will also guide staff in terms of how we can provide support to them. And then we could, of course, update the city commission with that information if Mr. Philpott is okay with that.
If you don't mind, I do understand your point, and I think you say come to you with a budget issue. Right now, we are going to have a continuing busing issue. We're going to have a continuing increase in BSO. We were not able to secure BSO officers because we were not paying enough. So to secure the park, I think the recommendation of $45,000 wasn't ours. We had a deep conversation, and we do recognize that next year 35,000 is not going to be the adequate number. We are going to reach out. I have no problem having conversations with anybody. I've talked to the new city manager. I talk to Liz all the time. I know our costs are not what they were in 2019. So you say, come to you when we're gonna have a budget issue. If we're at 35,000, we have a budget issue. Even with, you know, we want, so the proposal was, and I called David, and, you know, as soon as I got the information about the buses, this is the situation. So I'm sorry I didn't call you, but I did reach out to the city and we had conversations. But I don't mind, you know, the 45,000, our arrears, take that out of the budget. I'm not asking for 45,000 plus the arrears. Initially, my request was push that to next year, take it out of next year's budget. So I wasn't asking for more money, but in actuality, there will be an issue. It costs much more money to run than what we did. And we are going to charge. We're going to have, you know, a certain amount of kids who don't pay. We're going to have to find sponsorships for. I think 2 years ago, I think we may have gotten 40% of the kids pay their registration fee. We're not going to turn kids away. I think part of the problem with this is they know that. So some of the parents take advantage of that. But, you know, we're here to serve the public. My kids are grown. I don't have any kids in the organization. I do it because I love the city. I love these kids, as well as everyone else on our board. But we're gonna have budgetary issues if we stay at 35,000. That's a promise. Unless we can go out and miraculously we're raising $30,000 on our own. I don't have time to do that. I'm going to give my best effort. We are in a new league. We left part of the issue last year. With the league that we're in, they forced us to have quick cuts, which was additional $3,600. Video. We may have had 3 coaches that watch video all year. So, you know, we understand there's going to be some deficiencies here and there. We're going to work with whoever we can work with, but I'm telling you now, if we don't increase it, that's going to be a problem. And I don't, again,
Well, when we have our budget, that's definitely, that's
Exactly.
something we need to talk about.
right,
Just let us know.
okay.
I mean, I think that's the whole thing is we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, and again, we didn't know some of these things as well.
Understood. Understood. Okay. So are you in agreement that at least you would share some of these issues that you kind of have an idea, this is what we're going to charge this year, this is how many kids we think we have coming to that kind of thing? Are you okay with that?
Beyond it, I want to make sure that we're working, and I talked to the staff, and we want to go beyond it. We want to, kind of be a bigger partner with the
Okay.
city.
Great.
We've had those discussions.
Okay. I don't know if that satisfies Commissioner Drosky or anyone else. but-
I'm just asking Commissioner Preston to accept my friendly amendment.
And
I just heard it.
Okay.
I will sit down with the staff and we can come up with ideas, and I don't. I'm good with numbers. I'm good with documents. We can do it.
And so what you come up with, staff, it'll be a part of what we're talking about now and that can be shared with the commission?
I have no problem.
There you go. Is that friendly enough, Commissioner?
Very friendly.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion, a second. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Have class tomorrow. Good night.
Item number 13 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving a change order in the amount of $146,379.86. Design and implement modifications to the architectural distribution of the floor space for the Johnny L. Tigner Community Center project to accommodate the Department of Parks and Recreation staff, including visual infrastructure and equipment, for a total project cost of $11,529,596.17, providing for execution of the change order, implementation, and an effective date.
Who requested, open it to the public? Mr. Shinetsky?
Daniel Shinetsky, 34 Keswick B, Deerfield Beach, 33442. Well, I'm definitely in agreement of this. I also went this Saturday to Rob Gym in Oviedo McKeith Park. They had that toys for Santa and just the whole community. I mean, to see the children's eyes when they were involved in that, I think it was wonderful. And I think the Johnny Tigner Community Center, when it's up and running and they're doing a great job in building it, I think they're going to also be involved in these types of projects. And the great thing about Johnny Tigner and Rob Gym and these type of things is it brings the community, but it also brings the parents and the children together. It's a great joint thing. I saw parents and children working and enjoying the Rob Gym Toys for Tots this Saturday. So I think this will be a great modification when they have it in Johnny Tigner Community Center, and I'm all in favor of it.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Representative Clark Reed?
Gwen Clark Reed, 1430 Southwest Sixth Way, Deerfield Beach. I'm sorry, Mayor, I did not get into the backup on this particular item. So my questions you would tell me are in the backup, but I didn't get to see it. Are we now moving the Department of Parks and Rec, their entire staff, into the Johnny Tigner Center? Is that what this is all about? And if so, is this diminishing the space that we were asking for the banquet facility to be of a certain size? Is this diminishing that size? Those are my questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public? Anyone else? Okay, I'm gonna close it to the public. City Manager, you want to answer those questions?
Yes, we're not moving the entire Parks and Recreation staff over to the center, and this does not impact any community space whatsoever.
Thank you. Okay. Commission? Commissioner Drosky?
Thank you. I thought, pardon me, thought I had my light on. This is an item that I wanted to pull anyway. And I want to thank staff for I had a very long, detailed discussion about this item before tonight's meeting, and I want to thank them for that, because there's actually more to this item that meets the eye. There's a lot of more amenities that are going into this cost. My challenge with it is, pardon me, is one, that it should have been foreseeable at the time that we were putting this center together, that we needed the staff for the additional space for staff. And so now we're being asked, the taxpayers, to pay a change order to accommodate a change that really should have been anticipated from the get-go. I understand, like I said, there's a lot of moving parts to this as well, but even if these additional costs were not foreseeable at the time, we should have been, at least as the commission, notified that, hey, this isn't the final cost. There's going to be AV costs going forward. There's going to be additional costs going forward. So this isn't your final tab, that these additional costs are going to be coming forward. We may not know the exact number, but we weren't told that. So we weren't told. I think it was foreseeable that the park space could have been there. And we weren't told about the additional costs that would be incurred going forward. So that's my challenge with this item. I understand there's other components that go into this, and I want to thank staff for the time that we talked about it. But I think this could have been, handled differently. And so that's why have a big problem with it.
Thank you. Commission.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have motion from Commissioner Preston, second by Vice Mayor Parnas.
Mayor.
Yeah.
Before we vote, can I say something?
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that the comment by my colleague, Commissioner Drosky, is totally right. Even though I'm willing to vote for this, he's 100% right. As much information that can be given to the commission to make a informed decision, we should have that. And it appears that wasn't the case in this situation. So I'm ready to vote, but we need to take this into consideration going forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion, a second. I'm going to call the vote. Roll call.
Commissioner Drosky,
No.
Commissioner Hudak,
No.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
Item number 14 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving and adopting the city's comprehensive emergency management plan and providing for an effective date.
That's 14. Okay, is there anyone from the public to comment on 14?
Sakes.
Daniel Shinetsky, 34 Keswick B, Deerfield Beach, 33442. I had brought up in several meetings ago that Deerfield Beach is the new hub of the American Red Cross. During an emergency, they're basically be coordinating all of South Florida, rescue efforts. I do have a question though. It's going to happen. It's basically a done deal that starting construction in late 2024 of the I-95 and the Turnpike Southwest 10th Street Connector project. It's going to happen. One of their key arguments is that interconnection is a key element of emergency evacuation. So my question is, in this city's comprehensive emergency management plan, do they incorporate the proposed and the new Southwest 10th Street connection project? Did they incorporate it in this plan? That's my question.
Thank you. Anyone else has a question regarding this? Public comments? Close it to the public. Mr. Santucci, can you answer that question?
Yes, in the comprehensive emergency management plan, evacuation procedures are generally discussed, but not specific to any one roadway.
Okay. Commission.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Motion from Commissioner Preston, second by Vice Mayor. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky.
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak.
Yes.
Commissioner Preston.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas.
Yes.
Mayor Gaines.
Yes.
Item number 16 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, adopting the city's 2024 state legislative agenda, providing for transmittal, implementation, and an effective date.
We'll open to the public. Mr. Hers.
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I was just looking in the backup for this and I couldn't find anything at all except for a brief mention of home rule. So is that the only thing on the legislative agenda, or is there something else that I missed? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, there's quite a bit there. Anyone else from the public care to speak? I'm going to close it to the public. City manager, you want to give kind of a quick?
Yes, the mayor, the entire draft legislative agenda was attached to the backup. If Mr. Hers has any issues, I'd just ask that he contact the city clerk. Would be happy to provide that to him. And if passed tonight, we'll have the final version completed.
Yeah, it has everything from, it has project specific requests with very detailed descriptions of each one of them and what the needs are and what would go through. This is actually something that I have to praise staff on. They do a phenomenal job. And when we go up to Tallahassee, I can tell you right now, it makes it so much easier, and we get feedback that it's extremely impressive what staff has done. Other cities do not put together such a comprehensive legislative agenda. So I want to thank staff for that, because again, another job well done on that. Okay, looking for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Parnas, seconded by Commissioner Preston. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Okay, item 23 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield, Florida, approving and authorizing execution of a closeout agreement and release with Siemens Industry, Inc. related to the Guaranteed Energy, Water, and Wastewater Performance Savings Agreement between the city and Siemens Industry, Inc., providing for severability, implementation, and an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, members of the public. If you haven't noticed, we've gotten new microphones, so you don't have to stand as close, which I just learned. I want to first start off and say that what you're about to see is the result of formal mediation with Siemens Company. If not approved tonight, the alternative would be to probably go towards formal litigation with them. But I want to go to the next slide and just briefly show you the overview of what I'm going to be discussing with you today. And not that I will read each one of these, but just so you can kind of see the flow of the presentation. Next slide, please. First, I want to go over with what exactly this project is and what it is not. More importantly, what it is, it's an opportunity for the city, or any city really, through state statute, approved through state statute, to do performance contracting. And what that is it's a way to do energy performance savings in specific projects that typically have deferred maintenance and or provide you with energy savings. So these are not only examples, but things that the city did as part of this project, which include lighting improvements in buildings, HVAC improvements, building automation systems that turn the lights on, turn the AC down or up, depending on where people are, in an effort to save energy, as well as water conservation efforts, building envelope improvements. We built a CNG station, which I'll spend some time on. We did a solar array at Fire Station 102, and we did upgrades to our pool outside of the contract that we did with the school board. There were also improvements there. But what it is, it's a self-funding performance-based solution, and it allows us through a single procurement, again, authorized through state statute, to bundle all these projects together with the intent that the cost of the projects together and the energy savings that is produced over a long period of time will actually result in a cost savings to the city. That's the intent of an energy performance contract. Next slide, please. So I'll go through a little bit of the timeline and what we were supposed to get. Now, in June of 17 through June of 18, we went through the procurement and the selection process. And in January of 18, the City Commission approved the selection of Siemens moving forward. They didn't approve a contract, they approved their selection. In June of 18, the commission approved what's called the IGA contract, or the investment grade audit, which means that between January and June, what they did is they went through all of our facilities and they looked at ways in which they could save money. They looked at the cost of those projects, the savings that would be made, to see if it would result in an overall project for the city that would end up with the savings as I mentioned. In August of 2019, commission approved the implementation agreement, which means that they provided us, when they, I mean Siemens, presented us with an investment grade audit that said you will save money. And I'll go through those numbers in just a second. In December of 2020 was the anticipated completion. They fell way short of that. A lot of the reasons for that had to do with some of the things I'll get into, but if you all remember, that was the time of COVID, which had a dramatic impact on this project. And then in June of 2021, the CNG station was completed, and in fall, just recently, the project has been substantially completed. So the initial project cost was $9.2 million. And I'll go through some of I've already went, generally over some of the projects that were completed. I'll go into a little more detail about that. And the all-in cost was 12.7. So what does all-in mean? That means the project costs along with the measurement and verification costs over the 17-year period. And you finance this over a period of time, which was for us 17 years. So there's a cost of borrowing, and those costs combined came to 12.7. The investment grade audit that was presented to us by Siemens told us that we would have a 17-year savings of $15 million. Okay, so the savings would be greater than the cost, resulting in a net cash flow of $2.6 million. But what I want to point out is that $2.6 million that we were going to have in positive cash flow was going to come to us in years 15, 16, and 17, meaning that $2.6 million was not going to be realized until the years 2035 through 2037. And I want you to think about that $2.6 million as it relates to the time value of money in today's dollars. Next slide, please. So going into a little bit more detail of what the project accomplished and what projects were actually completed, we touched 19 different facilities in total. 89 HVAC units, which were past their useful life and costing the city a great deal amount in maintenance and shutting down, were replaced or installed. We did construct that CNG station that is at the Central City campus today. We talked about the smart building automation systems that were installed, again, allowing us to save energy and shut lights off, turn ACs down, so on and so forth. It also allowed us, through these mechanical and electrical and these plumbing upgrades that were conducted on these various projects, it brought all these systems up to the current building codes, which is a huge advantage for us, to make sure that we are compliant with those building codes. And then it drastically reduces, obviously, these newer infrastructure, your repair and maintenance costs, as well as standardized the various systems that you have throughout your system to make it easier to maintain and repair as well, with replacement parts, so on and so forth. From an environmental stewardship standpoint, we saw huge gains in our CO2 emissions, meaning reductions. 20% greenhouse gas emission reductions. And I want to point out that this project aligns with the city's key priorities and strategic plan related to sustainable and eco-friendly environment, as well as modernizing our city's infrastructure. The financial benefits, again, one single expedited procurement. We do and are realizing energy, water, and operational cost savings significantly. It exposed us to new tax rebate opportunities that have come available to us. We received a $45,000 sustainability planning and education grant, and the city's performance and assessment for the economical impacts of potential infrastructure investments are things that I'll discuss in later slides. So I talked a little bit about some of the project challenges, the first one being COVID. There was actually a period of time where we weren't allowing the contractors to come into our buildings. Only contractors were allowed in for emergency situations. So we had major scheduling difficulties. There was supply chain disruptions, labor shortages that all affected this project and its timeliness completion. We had significant design and permitting issues, particularly with FP&L as it relates to the CNG station. We see getting power to that CNG station proved very difficult, and we did have to contact our intergovernmental relationship manager. And then what we're really here to talk about today is the discrepancies that staff found in the investment grade audit. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the CNG calculations here, we're going to focus in on that because that is the root of what I'm here to talk about with you today. We had some natural operational challenges that did affect the calculations, and these were things that are natural and expected, which is why, and I'm not going too far ahead, but which is why the CNG station was based on a stipulated savings. And those things were some route modifications that we did. First and foremost was the recycling routes. Obviously, we stopped doing recycling. The second was we reconfigured our bulk routes. And so those two things were efficiency savings that if you're doing other efficiency measures that weren't contemplated when the stipulated savings was agreed upon, then that's going to have a negative impact on you, although you still want to do those things because it's an efficient operational thing to do. And then we've seen significant delays in our vehicles and the delivery of new vehicles. A CNG vehicle right now on the solid waste side is approximately 24 months from the time you order it to the time you receive it, which used to be about 12 months. So when you're talking about looking at capital replacement, which is included in these calculations, when you're expecting to receive a CNG vehicle within 12 months, but you're not getting it for 24, it has an effect on your ability to use CNG and therefore realize the cost savings. So those are some of the natural things that occurred. But really what it's about is getting more into it, is that the fact that this was a stipulated savings, which is, very common in the vast majority of energy performance contracting, does have stipulated savings. And so basically what that means is you look at a period of time and you say, look, all things equal, this is the savings that you're going to realize. And that's how the CNG station cost savings was determined. And the other thing I want to mention, because this is relative to the conversation, is that there's various units of measure when it comes to compressed natural gas. You can measure it in therms, you can measure it in BTUs, you can measure it in diesel gallon equivalents or DGE, or gasoline gallon equivalent, GGE. All right. And for us, at the time prior to this contract, we were using Clean and Green, which is a waste management owned facility, to take our trucks over to their CNG station and have them provide us with CNG. All right. The cost savings that we're supposed to realize was to have our own station. So when we go to the Clean and Green station, we're getting our invoices back and we're getting them in diesel gallon equivalents. That's the measurement that we were being provided. And when you're going through the investment grade audit, the ESCO, or in this case, Siemens, and ESCO stands for Energy Savings Company, I believe, they ask you for all this data and they want to know, what invoices do you have? show us, in this case, all your invoices that you have for CNG. And that's what we did. And we provided that in diesel gallon equivalents. But through the investment grade audit, what occurred is there was an overestimation of our usage. And there's two things that happened. One, we actually had 142 thermal units of CNG, but there is an industry standard. And a lot of times these companies will use an industry standard of measurement if they don't have enough data, or they want to, for instance, if you got a 5-watt LED light bulb, they know what the cost of that particular light bulb to run on an 8-hour basis is. They can calculate that. There's something that they can measure. So sometimes they'll use industry standards. And in this case, not only did they use the industry standard, okay, which was inaccurate from our actual usage, but what made it difficult for us to understand that was the fact that they used therms, the measurement therms, instead of what we knew and provided, which was diesel gallon equivalents. Okay. So as a result, and I'll go into this on the next slide, that cost savings that we were supposed to have in the contract had the potential net cash flow of just under $3.5 million over that 17-year period, meaning that delta between what we provided and what they used ultimately had that potential of being not a cost generating or a cost savings contract, but a cost to the city. So in spring of 2020, this issue was noted by staff, and staff went to Siemens and they said, we think we have an issue. So it took them until August of 2021 for Siemens to come back to us and say, yes, there's a discrepancy. And you're going to see a reoccurring theme on this slide, which is delay, delay, delay. And it was very difficult for us throughout this entire process to get expedient and quick response from Siemens. November of 2021, they finally agreed and got a meeting scheduled with city leadership, which included me, the city attorney, our director, and their leadership team to talk about this discrepancy and what we were going to do. And I will say that first meeting was not very productive, but it progressed slowly as we moved on. In January of 2022, I wanted to make sure and understand what was really happening here, but more importantly, why it happened and what the effects are going to be. And so I engaged an ESCO expert, somebody who had been in this field for a very long time, someone who develops these contracts on a regular basis. They were actually a competitor to Siemens, because I needed to understand this for myself. And I wanted to make sure that accountability was held where accountability needed to be held. And so we engaged that person, and they took a real deep dive into the contract. And I learned from that individual and his team, just how complex these ESCO contracts really can be. And when in January, as you kind of started to go through that, and we were still talking to Siemens, it got to the point in October of 2022 where we realized Siemens isn't going to come to the table with a resolution that we can find acceptable, and we entered into formal mediation. Through that mediation, things started to progress more in a positive manner. And through the mediation, we had the technical teams of both Siemens and staff work together with being monitored by the expert that I hired to work the numbers. And what does work the numbers means? In other words, when you're in mediation on a settlement agreement, you're playing with, all right, and there was many different factors, because if you look at all the projects that we had and that I discussed earlier, there's many different ways to work this. It could be cash. It could be buy us more CNG vehicles to increase our CNG usage to get that cost savings up. There are many different combinations of things that we looked at, but at the end of the day, the important factor for the city was that we get that bottom line to being as close to or a cost savings contract that we can get to. And frankly, the expert that we started working at thought that the $540,000 retainage that we still have was about the best that we're going to do. So in his experience, he found that, yeah, if there's an issue, sometimes these big companies will work with you a little bit, but they're really not going to bite off much more than that $540,000 in retainage that you have holding them out there. And that's probably about the best you're going to do. And I'll show you how much better we did. Continuing on, those technical teams kept working together. In spring, the mediations and settlement negotiations with the city and Siemens were coming to fruition. And it was during that time frame that we came to a settlement agreement that, of course, in any negotiation, nobody is really happy with, but I believe is probably the best deal that we could get for the city of Deerfield Beach. So brings us to fall. Again, we've wrapped up the contract entirely, and here we are today. Next slide, please. So again, we started with a project that had the potential negative net cash flow of almost $3.5 million. We've been able to get Siemens to agree to a monetary settlement of $1.9 million, as well as the termination of our agreement for the performance, the measurement and verification, which amounts to approximately $750,000 over a 17-year period. So with those two combined, those alone will get the city into a position of a negative net cash flow of approximately $850,000. And so what does that really represent? What that really means is that with this settlement agreement by itself, the city of Deerfield Beach would pay $850,000 for, just going back to that slide, $9.2 million in projects. Next slide, please. That's really not where we want to be. That's not what the city commission approved. That's not what was promised to the public. This was supposed to be a cost savings project at the end of the day. And so part of that work that the two teams did was to devise a plan. And really it got to the point where Siemens just said, this is what we're willing to do. What you guys do with the money, we don't care. You can figure it out. If you can make it work for you, then so be it. And so internally, and again, with the independent ESCO expert that was hired, we came up with a reinvestment plan that we know will put us back in the black. Okay. And what that really looks like is a reinvestment into the program. Originally, we were not planning we were going to have about, I think, 60% of our vehicles were going to be CNG originally. And that's because we were back in 2017-18. It was relatively a new program for us. But what we see now is we see huge benefits with CNG. We're seeing it in our maintenance. We're seeing it in our repair, longevity of the vehicles. It's an industry standard. You'll see these companies like Waste Management and so on and so forth. They are moving to complete CNG fleets, and that's for good reason. And so if we reinvest that $1.9 million back into, going to a full CNG fleet, we're going to increase that cost savings naturally. And we're also looking at doing that with our buses. Okay. Now the caveat with the buses here is that Broward County has been talking about taking back over the community bus shuttle. I'd be very transparent to the end user, obviously, and that's, for further discussion. But we could also see, also see ourselves investing into conversion of our bus fleet to CNG that will result in a net savings. And then thirdly, the expansion of the CNG station. If we invested in that expansion, which we would need to do if we wanted to convert the solid waste fleet in its entirety to CNG, we would need that expansion. But with those three measures alone, we would have a return net savings of $716,000. All right, return on investment for those particular investments. Additionally, the difference between the cost of diesel and the cost of compressed natural gas, we're likely to realize over $3 million in savings there, in that cost savings. And then on top of that, I talked to you about the tax incentives that have become available to us on a previous slide. We're estimating approximately $1.1 million in tax incentives that we can go after through the federal government. So the potential, again, what's in front of the city commission right now really is the settlement agreement, which is the $1.9 million from Siemens, as well as termination of the agreement in its entirety and the cost avoidance of the measurement and verification costs that were over $700,000. You do that alone, you get to a negative cash flow of $851,502. Again, the cost of $9.2 million in projects. However, if we go after this reinvestment plan and we purchase more CNG vehicles, we convert our buses, we expand our station, we have the potential to actually beat out what was originally provided to us by Siemens. Now, this would be a stipulated number. I recognize that. But what I can say is that by doing this reinvestment strategy, we would certainly not be in a $3.5 million hole. We would certainly not be in an $851,000 hole. We would definitely be in a positive cash flow position. And I believe that we would be better than where we even started with Siemens in the first place. Next slide, please. So as we talked about the reinvestment strategy, just recognizing that the benefits of CNG, it's lower and less volatile cost than diesel. It's about 20 to 30% less harmful emissions, domestic rather than foreign source, reduced maintenance costs, vehicles are quieter and safer, and it's a renewable option for us. Here on this slide, this shows you on the top line, which is the dark blue, that's the cost of diesel since August 2022 to August 2023. You can see how volatile it is and how much higher it is than the light blue line that goes straight across, which was the cost for our CNG fuel when we were going to clean and green. And then by having our own CNG station, you can see how low the cost of our CNG has become. So huge benefits in what we have done. And we're realizing actually more savings than we anticipated as it relates to the cost of diesel versus CNG. Next slide, please. And so this is a table to just provide all the information that I just gave to you in a table. The contractual cash flow in that first column and what that net cash flow was going to be. The updated baseline cash flow once we were able to recognize the issue and get Siemens to agree that we had an issue. This was the potential of where we were going to be at in column number 2. Column number 3 provides you really the settlement agreement before you today, which puts you at a negative net cash flow of $851,000, and then the reinvestment strategy and the reinvestment strategy's potential in the column all the way to the right. And with that,
That 851 is split over 17 years, correct?
correct.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Preston, then Commissioner.
Could you go
Hudak.
back to that slide, where it was the reinvestment of the money? Keep going right there.
Slide
right there,
10?
Right there. Go, yeah, that one. So the 3,143,000, are you adding the 1 million, the 3 million, and then the 1,112,000? Are we adding those to get to 4 million? Is that what we're doing?
So the reinvestment net savings, remember, we have to
I
invest
just want to know, are you adding those two numbers?
minus the $1.9 million investment. Okay, that's the way that those numbers are going to work. So remember, we have to spend that $1.9 million to get those savings.
Okay.
Okay.
Because those two numbers, the 3,143,000 plus the 1,112,000 doesn't equal the 4,120,000. The math is off.
So
If we,
it'd probably be easier to show you that on the reinvestment cash flow on slide 14.
okay.
So here you can see the original project cost.
Mhm.
Okay. Then the all-in cost, which again, that includes the additional things that were going to be the financing, the maintenance and verification,
Mhm.
those sorts of items. So we had, a 17-year savings of eight million, just 8.7 million with the settlement cash, as well as the release of the retainage. Okay. And then the reinvestment, the net savings on the reinvestment strategy, then the net cash flow is 4.1.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And there's
go ahead.
there is, and I want to make sure that you understand that the 4.1 is an estimated cash flow, but it's based off of real models in order to present this to the city commission in the most, obviously transparent way we can.
It just, I just thought that the two were just directly being added. And okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Hudak.
So basically what we're looking at is you get 1.9 million now. And if we invest it the way you recommend, we'll see a savings of 4.1 million between years 15 to 17. Our original plan was that we would see 2.6 million worth of saving in years 15 to 17.
That is correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? I know we've gone over this multiple times with you throughout this process. Anyone from the public care to comment on this item?
Of course.
Hi, another handout. Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. This item is by far the most important item on the agenda tonight, and I hope you will spend the time, even a percentage of the time that you spent on the Packer Rattlers going over this. So the information that was in the backup for this proposal was so weak, I cannot even start, but I'm not going to, let me go to specifics here. You saw, and first of all, what is my goal? My goal is to have you table this issue until the next meeting, when you can have the additional information necessary to make an informed decision. Everything that David Santucci just presented was not in the backup. So we're all hearing, at least the taxpayers are hearing all this for the very first time. And you'll see my question list here was because none of that information was in the backup. Now, I will readily admit he did answer some of these questions, but that brings up even more questions. And I would refer all of you to reread the minutes from the May of 2019 workshop so that you can see what was sold to you, the bill of goods that was sold to you back then. So let's look at some of these questions. Number one, why didn't the city hire a consultant to represent them in negotiations with Siemens to cancel the contract agreement? Now, we just heard for the first time there was one guy hired, but we don't know when he started. Was he helping to negotiate till the very end? That wasn't answered. And with a dollar amount in question here, this is the other thing. $9.7 million was, if I'm incorrect, please let me know, but wasn't $9.7 million given to Siemens at the start of this contract? And now we're left with $2 million. So I'm not going to say there was an $8 million loss because the city got some things from Siemens, and that is in question number 4. We know that they supplied some things to the city. The CNG station was just answered tonight, the water conservation, HVAC replacement, light bulb replacements, weatherizing of city buildings. But can't we put a quantifiable number on that so that we can see how much the damage really is? Item number 3, at that May 2019 workshop, we had a city employee named Hillary Silverstone said the city spends $1.9 million on electricity usage annually. So can't we quantify how much savings we've gotten because of the Siemens contract? And then that way you can make an intelligent decision here. Are we, may I have one more minute? I know we're not losing $8 million, but it's impossible with the information that was provided to figure out how much of a hit the city is taking. And is this the best deal that we can do? We hire, this is millions of dollars. So we may have hired one consultant who may have been involved in these final negotiations. I would think you would want more than one opinion when you're talking millions of dollars here. And also number 5, did the city perform all contractual requirements within the agreement on our end? We don't know. And then now we're just hearing of this reinvestment strategy, which I can't understand. So I hate to put myself in your guys' shoes. I don't know how you have enough information to make a decision of this magnitude when you're just finding out tonight information that was not in the backup. So good luck to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Ms. Freitag?
David did answer some of my questions, but my questions, I guess, are kind of a bit more into the future. Even with the reinvestment, what is the lifespan of these vehicles that we're investing in? Are we buying vehicles that have a 10-year lifespan? Do they have a 5-year lifespan? And what about the upkeep and repairs that are going to be required on these individual vehicles, as well as the station, the CNA station? Are all of these things being taken into consideration when we're doing these reinvestment ideas and things like that? If we're putting in, for example, if you're putting in a generator, you're going to need to replace that generator within 15 to 20 years. We're putting in UPS units. You got to replace that UPS unit in 10 to 12 years. What is the lifespan of the potential new units and buses, trucks, and things like that that we're putting in now? How long are those going to last? You're giving us numbers through year 17, but what about year 18, 19, 20? Are we still going to continue to see cost savings, or are we going to basically be capped out at that point and then have to start all over square one? I did note that, Siemens has 30 days from the effective date to pay us the balance. I do agree that the backup documentation that was provided to us was not nearly enough to be able to ask the right questions, to have the right information. I mean, I was under the impression it was the 1.9 plus the 540,000. Then I realized that that's included. I would like to know what we've got for our $8 million. And in that regard, all of the HVAC units and everything that we put in, is that included with the 8 million that we paid Siemens, or did we literally just pay Siemens $8 million just to tell us what we need to do, and then we still had to pay for all of those repairs, pay for all of those replacement units, and then now we still are out $8 million. So I'm very concerned about all of this. I'm very confused about all of this. And again, the backup documentation we were provided, all 10 pages, does not nearly go into detail enough as to, you know, how we would even consider unmuddling all of this. I know you guys have all had conversations, but we haven't. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? And close it to the public. I don't know if you have, can you hand this to the city manager so he can take a look at this? Answer some of these questions. And while you're working on that, I'm gonna have Commissioner Preston, you had a comment?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I'm not against tabling this until the public have had a chance to get all of the information that's needed, if that is the consensus of the commission. It's important to me that you know, I'm prepared. I feel comfortable, but it seems to me that a lot of people are not comfortable. And so, however the commission would choose to deal with that, I think that, you know, from the information that was given to me, that staff actually did a good job. I don't know what other additional information would be provided that the public could say, okay, this is a good job, but the public needs to know exactly what's going on. So I'm not against tabling this until the next meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Santucci, can you answer some of the questions that are there? Also, some of the ones that were brought up by Ms. Freitag. And I'll just say this, I don't know any vehicles that we have that are going to last beyond 20 years. I'm praying my vehicle at home lasts 20 years, but I think if we're talking about just the CNG changeover, and if over the long haul CNG is better than diesel and where we're at and the cost, I think that's something that hopefully we can answer here. But
Sure, Mayor. Yeah, so first, you know, why did we hire a consultant? Because like I said, we had a big issue, and, you know, I trust my staff, but I also needed to make sure that I could sit here in front of the city commission with a straight face and say that I was fully informed from an objective perspective on what the issues were, why they occurred, and more importantly, how to resolve them.
I don't think the question was, why didn't you bring a consultant? Because you did. And the question was, why did we only bring in one? And was that person a part of the entire process?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, so as I mentioned, the consultant had a team who came in definitely in the beginning of the project to do the analysis of the contract. So it was actually a total of 3 individuals, but the main person was with us the entire time through the mediations and negotiations. So yes, they were there at the table from the time frame of, and I had it on the slide. That'd be since January of 2022 through this entire process. I think I went over exactly what the dispute was. It was related to the investment grade audit, specifically the calculations that were used for the CNG usage.
And that was the only issue with this, was the calculations on the CNG. Is that correct?
Correct. It also represented the largest portion of the savings, which is why it was such an issue. We did do measurement and verification for the first year. And so when you talk about electricity savings, yes, you can calculate that. You also have to do that based in consideration that electricity costs go up every year, right? So really you need to look at the amount of electricity that is used rather than a cold hard number from year 1 to year 2, because the cost of the electricity savings do go up. But we did stipulate in the agreement that they do a 1-year measurement and verification on the systems that they did put in place. Happy to provide that. What projects were completed? Every project in the contract except for one solar project, two solar projects which were deducted from our costs, as well as a few lights here and there. Like a lot of times what will happen is they'll say there's 100 lights in this room in the investment grade audit, and maybe there's 97 or maybe there's 102. So there's little adjustments that sometimes occur, but every project that we have accounted for, we can provide that information. So all the work was completed, other than, again, a few projects that just weren't feasible to do. Did the city perform all contractual requirements within the agreement? To the best of my knowledge, we complied with all contractual requirements of the agreement, except for withholding the $540,000 of retainage as we entered into this mediation. But we now know that Siemens is willing to give that to us.
I think it would be the city's position that the city, under the circumstances, had the right to retain that money.
I did talk about what the new reinvestment strategy is, and myself and Mr. Gressick and Ms. Silverstone would be happy to go through that in more detail with any residents as we have with you. That's the amount of the questions that I believe Mr. Hers had.
As far as Ms. Freitag's questions about the upkeep, the maintenance, lifespan of these vehicles.
The CNG trucks, and remember, we had CNG trucks even before we started this project. We had a very small fleet, but we still had CNG trucks. The average lifespan of a CNG truck is 10 years. The average life expectancy of a CNG station is approximately 30. Maintenance and repair costs, as I mentioned, are much lower than diesel vehicles.
Okay.
The question was, or it was raised whether to table this item. I just wanted to point out, pursuant to the terms of the settlement agreement, which is signed by Siemens, this was supposed to be reviewed and considered. And if you were going to approve it, do so within 60 days of their execution, which would put us at December 30th, 2023. And I know we've had a number of conversations individually, but keep in mind, I recognize what the public is saying in terms of the documentation, but we can't just put everything and all of the back and forths on the table with the understanding that if you didn't approve this settlement, we'd be going to litigation. And I wouldn't want anything to be out there that could be used against us.
Thank you. We've had executive sessions on this. We've had multiple individual conversations on this throughout the project. Here's the way I look at it. Over 17 years, with all the projects that we got in, projects that were needed, were going to be needed, and were done in a much more efficient way. It essentially, for all of these projects that we did, minus the two solar projects and a few of the light situations, it's $50,000 over 17 years. If we do the reinvestment, as we're saying, look, this whole situation has left a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth. And, we're not getting what we thought we were going to get from the beginning. But in the end, we have the potential to be better than what we even expected. But I am not even going to go there in my mind. For me, I can live with the fact that we only spent $50,000 over the next 17 years to get all the things that we needed done for this. And that's way cheaper than it would have been if we'd gone about it a different route. So with that alone, I can live with it. And having been through a lot of frustrating phone calls and a lot of frustrating meetings throughout this entire process, I'm just going to leave it at that I can live with $50,000 a year for the next 17 years with all the things that we got done. If the reinvestment works out, then great for us. But that's kind of my feelings. Commissioner Preston, Commissioner Drosky, and the Vice Mayor Parnas.
I would ask the public to really ponder what would it be had staff not found the discrepancy and they alerted Siemens, and Siemens comes back and says, yes, there is a discrepancy. That discrepancy was big. There was a lot of money. But what would have happened had staff missed that? I need you to think about that for a second. It would be much greater of a situation than what we're dealing with now. So nobody wants to be where we are right now. There's obviously a lot of things are disjointed and there are multiple challenges. But I think from the information, or I feel from the information that we have been given and understanding where we are, that we're probably as good as we can be given the circumstances. And had staff not found this, we would be in a tough situation. And we have to really acknowledge the fact that when they found the issue, they confronted Siemens. Well, they ended up being right because they came back and said, yes, there is a problem. So now that launches a whole situation. And to resolve it, here's where we are now. And so, you know, and the mayor is right. There was a lot of executive sessions that were extended. But I feel that as much information that can be given to our public should be given so that they have a chance to look at the information. But we're in a situation where I don't think that can be extended given the information that the city attorney just shared with us. So I think we're going to have to vote on this. And but I would always urge our city manager and staff to provide as much information as possible to our public.
Thank you. Commissioner Drosky.
Thank you, Mayor. I likewise am, disappointed that we're having this discussion today. It just turns out that this was a boondoggle of a contract with Siemens, and it's time to get out, period. End of story. We can't continue, as Commissioner Preston articulated, going forward under the terms that we have now. The city attorney we've had extensive meetings on this, and the city attorney has had extensive negotiations with Siemens, and the settlement that's proposed is, in my opinion, the best we're going to get. We're not going to get any better than this. So it's time to pick up our toys and get out of this sandbox. Whether the reinvestment strategy realizes the numbers on the slides is yet to be determined. So like the mayor, I'm not putting full stock on that as well. If it does meet that or even comes to a portion of that going forward, I think we're ahead of the game. But the bang for the buck that we got for the projects that we did get, I think is reasonable, but it's time to move on. And this is the best that we're going to get without going into the millions of conversations that I had with the city attorney.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Parnas.
I'm going to move that we pass this and sever relations with them as requested. So I'm going to make a motion to approve 23.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Parnas, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas.
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
Next.
Item 24 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing execution of a contract with Waste Connections of Florida, Inc. for the disposal of municipal solid waste, bulk materials, and construction demolition debris for a 3-year term commencing on December 28th, 2023, with 1 3-year renewal option, waiving the requirements for competitive solicitation set forth in Section 38-116 of the city's Code of Ordinances, providing for severability, implementation, and an effective date.
Good evening. I want to first preface that Mr. Gressick has done a fantastic job on this item, and I'll go into a lot of the work that we've done for quite a while to get us to this point. So I want to thank him for that. Next slide, please. So we're going to go through the timeline, our recommendations, and then questions on this solid waste disposal item. Next slide, please. So we contracted with Waste Connections since July of 2018, and the existing contract with them is set to expire on 12/28/23. We actually extended the contract for 180 days, so it would have expired sooner, but we needed time to go through the bidding process on this, which we did attempt to do. But first, we started with negotiations with Waste Connections back in spring and summer of 2023. And not that those negotiations failed. I wouldn't say that they failed, but look, we told the city commission that we were going to see some significant price increases on our disposal costs after this contract ended. But through those negotiations, I really did not feel comfortable presenting that to the commission and the public without attempting to go through a formal bidding process. And so we made the decision to develop an invitation to bid, and we released that in the fall. And unfortunately, it was not a viable. We didn't come up with any viable bids, and it wasn't a successful process. And it was very interesting to see that, because in all the years that I've been exposed to municipal solid waste and the procurement process of them, I've never seen a bid opportunity, especially here in the city of Deerfield Beach, where we tend to be the forefront of these bid processes, and we're all eyes are on us. We didn't get any viable bids. So because of that, then we had discussions, myself and Mr. Gressick, and I asked that he go into direct negotiations with both Waste Connections and Waste Management, and let's see where that ends up. So I want to just also point out here that in those, because we're going to talk more about the Waste Connections contract, because that's what we're recommending here. In the discussions with Waste Management, they did come back to us and they said, yes, you can dispose of your C&D and your bulk materials at a price of $54 a ton. The problem with that is that it's going to go to the Monarch landfill. And based on the resolution that was passed by the city commission in opposition of expansion of that landfill, it didn't seem like it'd be the best recommendation for us to go ahead and make that recommendation. So next slide, please. So currently you can see what the tonnage rate here is. That's on the very top. That's our estimated usage. And you can see the total cost of about $4.8 million that we currently pay. That's going to expire on the 28th. And the new rates that are being proposed through Waste Connections is $59 a ton across the board. Same price for the municipal solid waste, the bulk, and the C&D, with a total cost of $6.4 million. That's a 32% overall increase in the cost of disposal. That makes up the bulk of the costs that we do have when it comes to the operation itself. These are costs that we anticipated. These are a little bit higher than we expected. However, it's still within the rate study and the rate plan that we put forth to the commission and got approved. So to temper that question, do we need to increase our rates? The answer to that at this time is no. All things remain the same, and things do not go unchanged from what we projected, and we did project something like this. We believe that we can live within the rates that we have unless something else changes. There's a 5% cap on this contract, which is a little bit higher than it was before. It's a 3%. I think that 5% is really about as far as we're going to get. And if you saw the CPI increases that we just experienced over the past 3 years, that's the reason why. It's a 3-year initial term. I think it's a little bit shorter than what we had before. That has to do with the market volatility. We're also have renewal options that are attached to it. And we do have the right to get out of this only if there is progress through the interlocal agreement that we have with the new Solid Waste Authority. In a 3-year time frame, will the Solid Waste Authority have a solution in place? I don't believe that they will. So I imagine that we will have this contract for 3 years. And they're also giving us $10,000 in litter abatement costs. Next slide, please. So the recommendation is to enter into the 3-year contract with Waste Connections for disposal of the municipal solid waste, the bulk, and the C&D. and to continue to suspend the curbside recycling. We did get a price for recycling, $59 to dispose of municipal solid waste, C and D in bulk. The cost to recycle is $160 a ton. So certainly still not a viable option in my recommendation. Additionally, we believe that we need to evaluate the master plan being developed by Broward County Solid Waste Working Group. They're saying 3 years to completion. We'll see if that comes to fruition. But additionally, based on this market volatility and not really knowing what's going to come out of the Solid Waste Authority, frankly, will they have the best interests of the city of Deerfield Beach at heart? You know, here we are in the northern end of the county. We have our own operation. Not really sure what they're going to be recommending. So therefore, it's our recommendation that also in the next budget cycle, from a feasibility standpoint, just to make sure that we have all the options in front of us, let's see what it would take for us to manage our own solid waste at a transfer facility of our own, or through a P3 or something along those lines. That's not to say we're going to do it, but in my recommendation, and that will be in the budget for 2025, will be to put dollars aside in the solid waste fund to explore that further. Next slide, please. That's all I have. I'll take any questions from the commission.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm gonna open it to the public.
Yeah. Somebody shoot him in the foot.
Not okay. Not okay, Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
No. Please do.
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Mary, you're younger than me, so you probably have a better memory than me, but this is deja vu all over again. What was it, 5-6 years ago that we came down to 10 days, 2 weeks before the expiration of the contract? I don't remember who the players were, but it was the exact same circumstances. So how do we keep getting into this mess? That I don't understand. Next point is, I kind of consider garbage like a commodity. It's kind of like you have gasoline is all the same, garbage is the same. So if another carrier is willing to do it cheaper, I've done the numbers, it's a $300,000 savings to the taxpayers if we take the 1-year deal. I don't see the downside to this. Yes, I understand you made a resolution, but I would think saving the taxpayers $300,000 should trump the resolution. So I would like you to consider that, because to me, you're throwing $300,000 away, and hey, we could use a little bit of that money for the Packer Rattlers. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an enterprise fund. You can't use that money for that, but why use facts? Yes, Ms. Freitag, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. No, thank you, Vice Mayor. Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. My question concern as to why Coastal Waste was not, they were the only company that put a bid in when the original bid was put out on the street. They're the only ones that put a bid in. The other two companies said they did not want to bid. Yet when the bid was opened and it was higher than what we wanted, we turned around and went to the other two companies and talked to them. And did we give Coastal Waste the opportunity to have those negotiations as well? I know it's more, but when we constantly say, I appreciate the fact that you just spent hours of your manpower putting in a quote, but you know what? We are just going to yank it off and go back to our regular vendors. That does not bode well for people who want to do business with the city. When a new person wants to come in and do business with the city and they're spending time and their own resources to put in quotes, and the city literally looks at them and throws them right out the door and then turns around and talks to somebody else and doesn't give them the opportunity, if that is indeed the case. And secondly, my main concern is this contract that we are going into, unless I'm seeing something different, says there's no termination allowed. No early termination, no termination for convenience. So we're stuck with this company for 3 years, whether we like it or not. What if there's a hurricane and their receiving locations get demolished? What if the wheels fall off in their organization? Then what do we do? But we're stuck in a contract where we have to pay them for 3 years? Something doesn't seem right, and it's not just the trash. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public? Not seeing. I'm going to close it to the public. Can we answer that? Let's start with Ms. Freitags.
Sure.
Please.
Good evening, Chad Gressick, Director of Sustainable Management. Coastal Waste did submit a bid. Their numbers, their bid number was in the mid to high 60s for bulk and C&D only. Additionally, their facilities are a little further outside the city limits. And as you know, we haul our own materials, and the distance of the facility has a big impact on our operations and our cost. So when you add in the high rate as well as the distance, we discussed that it just wasn't a viable option. As far as the timing, this contract ends in the end of this month. We've had negotiations with Waste Connections since early spring. This is not something that happens overnight. This is a lot of money. Disposal is a third of our total expense budget. As you know, this is something that I've been talking to the commission, not only this past budget workshop, the one before, and we knew this was coming. And that's why we did ultimately pass the 5-year rate plan, which was approved about a year ago today. So, this is not something that hope happens overnight. We did anticipate this happening. As the city manager indicated, we do have, the sufficiency within the fund now to cover these expenses.
Thank you. This might be more for Dave than it is for Chad, but to the point of, go with a 1 year at 54 as opposed to a 3 year at 59. But imagine the volatility of the market and also some of the leverage that we have by the other vendor in which they're positioning, because they want us to back down from our position, which is we don't want more waste over there, is a big part of this factor. It's not just $300,000 for 1 year that we're saving. There's other factors in play here that carry on. And the bottom line is we might be trapped into a year, but beyond that, what's that price going to be after that? Correct?
Correct. And that's the question. We don't know. They're only committing to 1 year. And they're basically saying to us, well, we can only do a 1 year because we don't know what's going to happen with this land use plan amendment. So if you want to go longer, well,
back off your opposition to the increase. Look, I've been doing this a long time when it comes to this stuff, and it's ugly, and it is, yes, again, here we are last minute. The reason why is because usually we're fighting tooth and nail on these negotiations, and most of them this is the worst thing to be involved with, to be honest with you. I remember the Resource Recovery Board came in here, Eileen Lieberman and all of them were talking from the county, and what a great deal they got us to go from $120 a ton down to 75. And that was a phenomenal deal. And we said, great, sounds good. And then we went, wait a minute. And we looked into it further, and correct me if I'm wrong on my numbers, but that sounds about right because it's burned in my brain because it's been about 10 years ago. Then they came in and we had Sun Bergeron said, I can do it for 45. Magically, the other company came in that had it at 75, says, oh, we can do it for 43. Amazing how they found they could sharpen their pencils overnight. That's the garbage industry. All right. We're lucky to have a partner that's locally here that's able to do this. And it's a volatile market. It is controversial. It is, I say dirty business because it is. It's trash being hauled to places, and it does leave a mark. The distance where it goes has a big impact. We do haul our own, and that adds to the cost of this. So I think this is a good deal that we have. We're lucky that we even have an opportunity to go beyond just one vendor. And quite frankly, I really don't care if someone spent their time and money and they came in, they gave us a deal, that's not a very good deal. And we've got to go ahead and, you know, I appreciate them, you know, somebody putting in a bid. Yeah, that's business. It's called business. You put in a bid, you take your risk, you invest money in to put it in. And if it's not a good deal for the city, we're going to go back out. That's what we should do. Not just, well, I feel bad because he really put a lot of effort into it. Let's only go with them. I don't know if that's a scenario. I don't believe it is. So I just, you know, in the end, we got to work out for what's in the best interest of the city. Long term and not just short term. Commissioner Hudak.
Dave, if you can touch on Ms. Freitag's question with regards to termination clause.
She's correct. There's no termination for convenience. And that's just where the industry is going right now. They do need commitments on the volume. Okay. Because that's really what they need in order to stay viable. So yeah, I mean, we've had termination for convenience in the past. The market it's a different animal than it was the last time I went through this contract. And again, but I did talk about one certain specific reason why we could terminate, and the city attorney was sure to include that because, you know, we entered into that ILA with the Solid Waste Authority that basically says, you know, if we, I don't want to screw that up. I'll let him talk about that.
Sure. So, you know, we do have an agreement, as you know, the interlocal agreement for the regional solid waste authority. So as part of that agreement, we're not supposed to enter into any agreements that conflict with that agreement. And to ensure we're not conflicting, we do have a provision that says that, you know, if the authority establishes a disposal opportunity that's available to the city and directs us to dispose of it there, that we would provide the contractor with 365 days notice, and we would do so. And my understanding that eventually when this authority, if and when they do pass a master plan, they would give notice before they would implement a new disposal option. I don't think anybody anticipates that that's going to happen during the initial term, but the provision is included to provide for our compliance with our agreement with our partners in the regional system. Additionally, there was a question about what happens if their facility goes down. There is a provision in our agreement with them that they have to provide us with an alternative disposal facility immediately and no more than 24 hours, or excuse me, receiving facility where we can take our waste, and then any difference on the transportation cost would be at the contractor's cost.
Thank you, Commissioner Drosky.
No, my questions were answered during that back and forth.
I will say this, in an industry that's hard to find good partners, this is one of the few that I feel really good about out there. So.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion for Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Preston. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky.
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak.
Yes.
Commissioner Preston.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
Item 25 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, amending Article 1 in general of Chapter 66 Traffic and Vehicles of the City Code of Ordinances to create Section 66-2 Speed Detection Systems for Enforcement of School Zone Speed Limits, to authorize the placement and installation of speed detection system on roadways maintained as school zones, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date. This is first reading.
Mayor, Commissioners, this is the required ordinance that needs to be in place if we're going to move forward with this program. Upon second reading, if approved tonight, the contract will come before the City Commission at that time, and the program will be discussed more at that point. I know that our Director of Public Safety has already provided the Commission and the public with an overview presentation of what this program is and the benefits that it could have.
Additionally, I would add there is a required public hearing at the second reading where we would information will be presented to you, potentially some of the information you've seen before, and you'll ultimately have to make a determination as to whether there's a heightened safety risk at the school zone locations being presented to you.
Okay. Commissioner Drosky. I see you going for your button.
No, we spoke about this before, and I think the numbers speak for themselves. That the study that was done on one particular school day on the amount of cars in the city that were going 11 miles or more over the speed limit was over 6,000, 6,400, 6,500, something like that. I mean, I asked individuals just in passing for fun, you know, how many cars do you think in the city on one day, you know, we're going 11 plus miles an hour over the speed limit in school zones? I received, you know, 100, 500, 1,000 or whatever. Nobody came close to 6,500, which just shows the need for it. So I think the numbers speak for themselves. I don't know if there's a public hearing or not, but I'll make a motion when the time comes.
Okay. I'm gonna open it to the public. Is there anyone that had a comment on this item? Anyone online?
Hello to everyone. William Lane, 11 Tilford A, Century Village. I wish we would have something like this in the village, because we have the same situation. We have senior children driving there, and it's a crazy day every day. But as far as the school zone, and I agree with you, Todd, that 64, I mean, that's unbelievable. 6,045 going through school zone, going 11 miles an hour over. It's just crazy. The thing I like about this is that it starts 30 minutes before school. It goes all day and then ends at 30 minutes after school is closed. So if we can save a life, it's worth it. And I think it's something that should have happened sooner, but I'm sure the technology is relatively new. But I'm all in on this project, and hopefully it would be by March maybe, or April, or I don't know. It'd be nice to know that.
Time frame.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Anyone else? Mr. Shinesky?
Daniel Shinesky, 34 Keswick B, Deerfield Beach, Florida, 33442. I had talked a little bit about this at a few other commission meetings. The great thing about this is not only could it be used during school time, but it could also be used after school time to monitor the speed of that area and the school districts. So it could be used 24/7, and it could be all part of Vision Zero, which is the goal of Vision Zero is by 2050 to have zero traffic fatalities in Deerfield Beach. So I think this is a great start to incorporate Vision Zero.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public online? We close it to the public. Vice Mayor?
Motion to approve.
I'm just gonna say that I thought my colleague said at the end, he would make the motion.
It's okay. I'll
Okay,
second.
fine.
You make a second? Cool.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion
Thank
and
you,
a
Commissioner.
second. We have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
That commission.
Yes.
Yes.
Liston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Yes, again.
Mayor Gans.
Yes.
Item 26 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing execution of a professional services agreement with Jacobs Engineering Group, Inc. to develop a design criteria package and provide administrative services for the anion ion exchange system treatment upgrades for water treatment plant operations and an amount not to exceed $1,749,686, providing for an effective date.
Mayor Commissioner, again, Dave Santucci, City Manager. This item is coming back to you as you did approve negotiations with this firm, who would be the design consultant for developing the design criteria package for the ion exchange water treatment process. Again, that's a project that is estimated to cost approximately $18 million, and is one of the major drivers for this second tranche of lending that the city would be looking to do in approximately 12 to 18 months. The reason for this project is to I want to say combat, but to treat, if you will, that is the right word, the PFAS chemicals that we are learning so much about in recent times. And this treatment process would replace the lime softening process, which has an estimated replacement cost of approximately $26 million. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public care to comment on this item? Come on. Close it to the public. Commission.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion is second. A roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
My understanding, items 27 and 28 are going to be presented together. Item number 28 will require a vote of the city. Item 27 is a presentation regarding the architectural enhancements to the International Fishing Pier. Item number 28 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the ranking and award of request for proposals number 24-03-BA for the Deerfield Beach International Fishing Pier repairs and renovations, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with the top-ranked responsive and responsible proposer, Brothers Construction, Inc., in an amount not to exceed $3,234,075, providing for implementation and an effective date.
Thank you. And I want to thank Ms. Priscilla Sejenik for the work that she's done on this item to include the presentation that I'll be giving, just to be expedient. As I understand, it has been a late night. And the reason we're doing the presentation prior to the request for award of the contract is so that the City Commission fully understands the issue in its entirety before they make, obviously, a vote on that bid document. So here's the agenda of some of the things that we're going to go through. And I won't read each one of them verbatim. Next slide, please. So we did a survey, and we did a survey for about a month. And actually, we actually closed the survey today. So I have some updated results for you. But as far as the sample set that we wanted to get, we received approximately 30% responses from fishermen, and the rest of them, approximately 70%, were either sightseers or people that just like to go out there on the pier. So we had a good mix of individuals, and we really tried to focus on trying to get fishermen's responses, as this is the International Fishing Pier. Next slide, please. In terms of how often people visiting the fishing pier, the majority of them, 1 to 5 times per year. And surprisingly, a good 30% come to the fishing pier on a daily basis. And next slide, please. What we were able to also find out, actually, it's on another slide. I'll just skip to it. Most of the responses that we got from folks were from residents. And I think that's really has to do with the time of the year that we got this survey. I think if we were to do it now or even further into, after the holidays and more into season, we probably see a little bit more diversity in the responses from the difference between, maybe part-time residents or residents, but was good at this time, in my opinion, that we were able to get residents' opinions. Some of the major things that people wanted to see were fishing pole rod holders, more fish cleaning stations. Obviously, I think that's coming from the fishermen, and then the more seating and furniture and shade structures and trash cans were the highest responses that we got in terms of amenities that people wanted to see on the pier above and beyond the base bid repair that we'll be presenting to you on the next item, and I'll be discussing here a little bit later. Next slide, please. Again, majority of the folks out there that provided responses were Deerfield Beach residents. Next slide. This is a shot from, I believe, Junior Anglers Day. So we had these boards out there. We asked people to provide opinions on whether or not they liked option 1, option 2, option 3. These are the options that we discussed with the commission previously, and we got good feedback in the meeting from you all. We've gotten back and with the information from the survey, individual discussions we've had with you, we have some further renderings to show you. Next slide, please. talking about just the pier sales and like where actual data is showing us, about 82% of the people out there on the pier are sightseers, 18% are fishermen. Now, the one thing I think it's important to recognize when you look at this slide is sightseers are going to go out there. They're going to walk up and down the pier. They might spend a few minutes. They might spend an hour. But fishermen, they could spend all day out there. So I want to recognize that, although the amount of people is certainly more sightseers, the individual fisherman probably spends more time on the pier. Next slide, please. A graphic here just showing the difference between fishermen on the pier versus sightseers. Interesting thing is you can see a converse relationship in terms of the amount of fishermen and the amount of sightseers. The fishermen are in the blue, the sightseers are in the orange. So when the sightseer numbers go down, the fishermen numbers go up. Must be that when there's some good fishing out there. And that looks to be in the summer months. Next slide, please. So there's 1 to 4 fishermen, or 1 fisherman to every 4 sightseers. We got a good response on the survey information. The fishermen wanted more cleaning stations. They wanted wooden notches for their fishing poles. Sightseers wanted more shade, more seating, and separation from the fishing. What you can see here, just go back real quick, is a rendering, a revised rendering based on the feedback that we received. We did previously show holders for the fishing poles. We've removed those. Quite frankly, there's a very small, easy thing to install if we want to install them. But more importantly, we understand that the notches in the wood so that you can put your poles there are a big attraction for the fishermen. Obviously can't show those individual notches in these renderings, but I assure you we will do that. Because of the angle of the wood railing, which would be inverted towards you, so it'd be a bit more comfortable for the fishermen to rest their arms and elbows. We can't really put the cutting boards on the railing, but you can see what we are looking to install, which are these cutting stations that, you do your cutting right there, you flip it around and you toss it off the pier. So it would probably help to keep the pier a little bit cleaner as well, we're hoping. You can also see here the canopy. It's in this, what's called like an eagle's nest type of architectural structure. And it's going to look really good at night when we get to some of these slides that show you what it looks like at night. Next slide, please. Again, just some more renderings of what this will look like or potentially look like. You'll notice that we got a recommendation of an additional gazebo, which would accommodate more of the sightseers at the more of the western edge of the pier. That's the sign that you see on the image all the way to the right. Don't pay too much attention to what that sign looks like. More importantly, just that we can put some sort of entryway signage there to attract people, let them know that they are at the entrance to the International Fishing Pier. We've added and relocated some of the sink stations. We got some great feedback from, in particular, you, Commissioner Preston, and Mayor Gans, about where those could be, not even thinking that you could snag somebody with a rod if they were placed in the opposite direction of where we have these currently on the T portion. But we do think that these amenities out there are important so that those amenities are closer to the fishermen where there is a large congregation of them. Next slide, please. Again, some renderings at night. Most important features to notice here is the removal of the bollards down the center of the pier. It does 2 things. It's going to reduce our maintenance costs. Those bollards are in constant disrepair. They're very difficult for the upkeep. And you got to remember that the infrastructure and the conduit for those run underneath. So it's very hard to service. So if we remove those, we can actually open up a little bit more of the pier. We can put the lighting along the railing, and we think it will look better, provide a little bit more room out there, and it'd be easier to service. You're going to notice also here the underneath green lighting. We're obviously going to have to get that approved through FDEP and regulatory agencies, but we've seen this in other places. And you may be asking why green light. If you look it up, it says that and just ask Google. green light attracts fish more than any other color. So we want to do that for that fisherman experience. Obviously, again, from an aesthetic standpoint, we think that'll really pop at night to those out there on the beach area. Next slide, please. So this was the original anticipated cost, $3.6 million for the base bid. So that would be option number 1. Okay, next slide, please. And the additional improvement estimates that I just showed to you would be approximately $1.6 million. Next slide, please. So we received 3 bids on November 14th, and this was just for the structural components. And if you remember the last time we talked, the City Commission directed us to move forward with the base bid, update the renderings, have discussions with us. We hope we did that to your satisfaction, and then come back with that base bid, and we'll talk about these additional improvements. So the bids came in, the recommendation that we have for the first ranked proposer came in at $3.2 million. Which is, better than the 3.6, but lets me know that the engineer's estimate was relatively close, which is good. The available budget that we had put forward on this is $4.5 million. So if the City Commission likes the renderings that we showed you, the recommendation would be to move forward with the base bid, and then we would go forward and have the designer move forward with the final design of those additional amenities. We'll get the final cost estimate, and then we'll go to the contractor if awarded tonight, and we'll ask him for a price for those additional improvements. I will say that that's a pretty hefty change order for this size contract, but for the sake of expediency of the process and the construction, going with the contractor that's already going to be on site would be a recommended option if their costs come in at a reasonable price based on the cost estimate that we have of the 1.6. If it's not, I would recommend that we reevaluate that and we potentially put that out to bid with a competitive bid, and we look at potentially doing that, in a phased approach, so we don't impact the closing of the pier any more than we already have to do. Next slide, please. And I just want to make sure that if I did mention, you have to go back, but the design of those additional amenities that I showed you in these renderings will take approximately 90 days to produce. Okay, so that's really the entire presentation. And again, I'm showing you that before you make you make a vote on the award of the contract, so you can understand the additional costs and to ensure that we've provided you with renderings that are suitable to you. And we can say that that's generally what we were able to get in terms of feedback from the public. The survey that just closed today, in terms of who liked option number 1, number 2, or number 3, about 30% liked option number 1, just thought that we should do the base bid. And then I would say the remaining 60%, or more than 60%, because that's only 90, 70% or so wanted to see either option number 2 or option number 3. And again, that was with the option number 3 included the aluminum railing, with which the commission already said that they didn't like. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go for it.
I'm trying to find some time. First of all, I would like to thank the city manager for listening to the concerns that we had when the initial renderings came forward. And I also like to thank this commission for being focused on this, because so many people that live here in the city of Deerfield Beach who've been fishing that pier for years. I've fished it for over 40 years, even actually longer than that. And so I'd like to thank the mayor as well, who's an avid fisherman who understands a lot of challenges that people may have on the pier. And so we want to get this right. It's important to me that we get this right. And people are really now saying that they say, when are you going to open the T? enough already. And so we need to do this, but we need to get it right. We need to get this right. So again, I'd like to thank everyone that's involved so that we can make an informed decision here so that we can get it right. And the changes that you made, David, they are amenable. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, any other comments? I'm going to open it to the public. The public care to comment?
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Happy Wednesday, everybody. I'm glad that there was a poll done for this because now I know what a scientific poll looks like. My question for the city manager is, can we expect to see more of these survey/polls in the future? Or was this simply a one-off? Thank you.
Don't go away yet, young man.
Yes, sir.
I owe you an apology. What I said, I don't want taken the wrong way.
I don't know what you said, sir.
I said somebody shoot him in the leg. And the reason is, yeah, and watching you walk up and back, I would be out of breath for 3 months.
Well, you should have seen me when I had sciatica, but go ahead.
I'm envious of your energy, and it was not meant in any negative way.
Okay.
And I wanted you to understand that.
No offense taken, and happy Hanukkah, Commissioner. Thank
Happy
you.
Hanukkah to you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Shinetsky.
Daniel Shinetsky, 34 Keswick B, Century Village East, Deerfield Beach, Florida, 33442. Now, we know that the Deerfield Beach International Fishing Pier needs this upgrade. After Hurricane Nicole in November in 2022, there's a lot of damage. And I also want to bring up railing is crucial for the safety of the dock, and we need that. That's very important. But I want to bring out with the damage from Hurricane Nicole, there was extensive wood decay of supporting members directly under the deck and over the existing concrete beams. I have a problem with wood, even in terms of wood railings, and let me tell you why. With wood, number one, especially in that type of environment, right over the beach with the water, with precipitation, wood requires considerably more upkeep to keep looking good and to have a longevity of the product. Wood requires periodic sanding and regular staining and sealing to keep its appearance and to protect the wood from rotting, warping, and insects. Now, I'm from South Brooklyn. I'm also a fisherman. Me and my dad, Sheepshead Bay, we grew up doing a lot of fishing, and I love those old wood piers, but I think the time has passed. I think in terms of construction costs and maintenance costs, it's just not worth it. My alternative is vinyl. Now, vinyl is low maintenance. It requires a light power washing or cleaning with mild soaping only once or twice a year to remove dirt or debris, as opposed to wood, which requires a lot of maintenance. Vinyl is very easy to clean. Like I said, it never requires sanding, painting, staining, or sealing, which is something that wood could require, sometimes several times a year to keep it, maintenance and looking nice. Now, vinyl railings they're impact resistant. They're more impact resistant than wood. Wood, after a while, cracks. And if that cracks, it's going to be a big safety problem, and we'll have to shut it down again. So I'm very for vinyl railing. I think it's more flexible. It's easily less damaged than wood. And vinyl has like a tongue and groove. You could even put it put the boards, instead of having wood, boards on the dock, maybe have vinyl boards. And I think they're better in terms of strength and impact resistant. So I'm definitely in favor of the vinyl. Also, the cost of wood is rising. Wood also tends to offer limited or no warranties due to it being a natural material. It's not manufactured. Could I have a minute?
Sure.
Vinyl manufacturers have warranties that they cover it. Now, an alternative is Vinyl has natural color options, tan or grays to complete like an outdoor look. Vinyl can actually have a wood grain color option. So if you love the way wood looks, railing or dock, you could still have it in vinyl, have that wood grain finish, but it's a lot safer and it's cheaper over the long run than wood. So I'm in favor of vinyl railing instead of wood.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Anyone online? Okay, I'm gonna close it to the public. Vice Mayor Parnas and Commissioner Preston.
I've lived here for over 30 years. When I first came, I used to get up at 4:35 in the morning. I lived just outside of the Cove Shopping Center, walk over the bridge and fish. To me, a pier is wood. Vinyl, you'll forgive me, would look, it's like eating off plastic dishes or eating off china. A pier is wood. It's not metal, it's not vinyl, it's not plastic. It's wood. And that's what makes, it's the charm of the pier. It's someplace that we get a million visitors to. I really wouldn't like to cheapen the look. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've had a wooden pier since the beginning, and I'd like to see it stay that way. And with that, I'd even make a motion to approve.
We have a motion, but I think Commissioner Preston wanted to speak also.
Yes, I totally agree with my colleague on this, Mr. Shinesky. It's better with the wood. Trust me when I tell you, if you go up and look at Juno Pier right now, they're actually making some repairs up there, but it's wood. Okay, you go up and down the coast, you're gonna see a wood pier. It's better for the fishermen. The fishermen will require that. The other thing is, it wasn't a hurricane that did this, unless I'm wrong. I think it was just a tropical storm. It wasn't a hurricane.
Yep.
So, yeah, so.
That's why we have to pay for it. It's not covered by that.
Yeah, it's not covered by insurance.
So, I totally agree. The wood, and when it's done right, that's the experience that people really want. That's been in place. That's part of our history here in Deerfield Beach. That pier has been that way since its inception. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments for the rest of the commission? Okay. I obviously appreciate the work on it, and I really appreciate Commissioner Preston's insight on it, because he's fished out there more than any of us combined. So thank you for that, Commissioner. Appreciate it. It is broke, so we need to fix it. So glad this is moving forward. We have a motion from the Vice Mayor.
Yes, you do, but motion to approve.
Second.
If I may, I apologize. Does that include the authorization to move forward with the design services for the renderings that I presented this evening?
Yes.
Yes.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas.
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
We're now at comments by administration and legal. No comments from legal tonight.
Just a quick update regarding building number 1 at Deerfield Elementary School. As you know, I did attend that workshop. Superintendent's got his work cut out for him, but I do expect to have a call with him the next day or so, and I'll have more further conversation with him regarding that building.
You are now at comments by mayor and city commission.
Okay, District 4.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of time, I'll be brief. As 2023 comes to a screeching halt, I just want to wish everyone a happy Hanukkah and Christmas, whatever your faith, whatever you celebrate. Just make sure you celebrate. In addition, I hope that everyone has a happy and healthy 2024. and most importantly, the healthy part. One of my colleagues just unexpectedly had his mother pass away today. It just goes to show you how fleeting life can be. Not on my day job,
Oh,
I was gonna say.
not my night job with you guys, with my day job. And it shows how fleeting life can be. So happy and healthy 2024 to everyone. My only comment with respect to tonight is I'd like us to consider if the public is going to speak by Zoom. I don't have any problem with that, but they should turn their camera on. They can watch us. We should be able to watch them.
Thank you. District 3.
I still have a group every Friday morning that helps people check on their registration or to vote by mail. It's nonpartisan. In fact, if anybody needs a form here, you can see me after the meeting. I'll be happy to give you one. Take it home, fill it out, and mail it in. That's all I have. And Happy New Year to everyone.
Thank you. District 2.
yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to talk about the tree lighting. The tree lighting that we had was an unbelievable experience, probably the best I've seen. It was absolutely awesome. But that wasn't just the thing. So I'd like to thank staff for that, and Mr. Santucci and his staff for that job. But I met two families out there. One was from Tamarack and one was from Margate. And they said that they come to our event every year. So what does that mean? Why mention it? It means we must be doing something right for them to travel that distance. The other thing is, if you had just walk around out there during that time, you would have seen multiple police officers, just walking, kids laughing, and we take safety for granted. But there's a reason why we can do that, is because BSO has put people in place under the direction of Chief Hofstein to make sure that you can have a good time with your family. And it was absolutely an awesome thing. I just really appreciate how they have done things over there. It was a great event. I'd like to thank our IT department because they really taught me how to fish. Not the fishing you're thinking about. But they taught me how to fish, and boy, let me tell you, I'm on it. Okay, I'm on it. So they have really upgraded myself, made me aware of things where you kind of say, I'll get to that. I'll get to it. When I got into a lot of the training that they had, I have improved a lot, and I'm really thankful for something that I even have taken for granted with them. So Mr. McKenzie, he's doing a great job with his staff and keeping this city from things that are happening with our neighbors just to the north, that they had to pay over $1 million to get their data back. So thank you to our IT. I really appreciate that. And then I would like to say to my colleagues up here, another year of dealing with issues, some of them very sensitive, very challenging, 5 different trains of thought. Then sometime we can get that into a manageable vote for the people. But the thing that I wanted to thank all of you for is that it's never been about yourself, and it never should be about yourself, because the minute you do that, then it's not about the people. Are we going to be challenged? Yeah, we are. Are we going to have tough debates? Yeah, we are. But you know what? The one thing that is very important from one end of this dais to the other is the consideration for our residents, and it should always be that. So I would like to thank all of us for not, being idiots, but working together, toughing it out and trying to do things in the best interest of our city. So my sincere thanks to this dais. And I'd like to thank our employees who have done a magnificent job all year. We've had a lot of different transitions. We have a new city clerk who's doing an outstanding job, and her staff. And you have, our regular employees that are working hard, trying to represent our city, make it clean. They're doing a good job. We have some good people in our city, and we need to say thank you, and we shouldn't take those things for granted. So to all of you employees out there, thank you so very much for the great job that you do. You are greatly appreciated. And then to the residents, we live in a great country. Some of us celebrate, different things, and we say Merry Christmas. Some say Happy Hanukkah. Some say Happy Kwanzaa. For whatever it is, thank you for being a part of the city of Deerfield Beach. Happiest of holidays to you all. Please be safe. And let's next year, all of us make the same resolution, and that is for the job that we're in, for the position that we're in. We're going to make the city of Deerfield Beach a better place for you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Kwan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I want to also thank everybody in the dais, as well as our city attorney and our city manager. We've had a great year. We've had a lot of ups, we've had a lot of downs, but I think we have made the city much better in 2023 than it was in 2022. And it's a testament to everybody out here, the residents who continually challenge us, as well as one another. And it's greatly appreciated. The participation, it is greatly appreciated because it does keep us on our toes. And it does keeps the eye on the prize, which is the residents. These seats are not ours. These seats are the 20,000 people that we represent, each and every one of us. And it's an honor to serve with gentlemen who understand that and not only believe in it, but actually live it every day. And so I am honored and humbled to be with you gentlemen as we're serving this great city of Deerfield Beach. I want to wish everybody a happy and healthy 2024 as related by my colleagues as well. And I guess I'll be seeing you in about 17 hours, a little later on today.
Thank you, Commissioner. A few reminders. First off, gentlemen, thank you very much for the kind words in tonight. To the residents, thank you for allowing us to serve. And I wish all of you a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. As we go to the holiday seasons, I want to make sure that we're still out there being safe. Watch for speeding. The speeding is still going on. We had a fatality at 10th and Powerline on Sunday morning, and that somebody's holiday is permanently destroyed, and it's a tremendous tragedy. Crosswalks at the beach, please make sure we're monitoring that. We want to keep everybody safe while they're down there enjoying that. And obviously the code problems that we're having with code enforcement, let's make sure that we're keeping track of that and enforcing where we need to. I'm going to ask staff to please look at our codes, our building codes, because I know there's been a couple of things that have popped up, and based on new rules passed by Broward County, I'll give you an example. The determination on where a height of a fence should be based on a new elevation on a new property compared to the old elevations on an old property. How do you figure that out? I know that's something that we're talked about and try to figure out where that needs to be, as opposed to us waiting as these projects pop up. We should probably go through our codes and make sure that we're keeping and taking out any vague language to make sure that we're keeping up with any of the changes that Broward County has put forward on us. I'm going to suggest and request quarterly ethics training for us. I know we have 4 hours every year that we're mandatory to have, but rather than do 4 hours in one night, at the end of the year. Do you think maybe we could do 1 hour every quarter? Is that possible, Anthony?
Whatever the pleasure of the commission is, I'll be available and happy to provide the training.
I think that would be less strenuous on us, and I would appreciate it. Quiet zones, I want to thank the powers that be that allowed us to continue with quiet zones for our rail crossings, which is extremely important. Sunday, I had the honor of being at Century Village for the celebration of Hanukkah in their candlelighting ceremony, and there with the vice mayor and other elected officials. Representative Moskowitz was there, Commissioner Mark Bogan. I don't like to talk about stuff that goes beyond our city borders too much, but I will say it was one of the most moving experiences I've had, because all the things that are going around in the world today. I had lunch with a resident who's 90 plus years old, who's Jewish, and we went to lunch on Saturday. And he says, I cannot believe I'm seeing things that I saw when I was a child growing up. And the rise of anti-Semitism and the acceptance of it is absolutely stunning to me. And to be there amongst these people who, on Sunday, it was absolutely, it was very moving. It was very uplifting. And it's very sad in some ways to talk to the residents and hear what they're feeling, and that people are afraid because Hanukkah, you're supposed to let the light be seen out to the outside world when you light your menorah, and people are afraid to show their menorahs. And it shouldn't be that way. So as a non-Jew, I promise I will not be silent when it comes to anti-Semitism, and make sure that they know that they have allies out there that stand with them, because through history, through a lot of oppression that have happened in this country, whether it be during civil rights or anything like that, the Jewish people stood side by side. And it's time to make sure that we're standing side by side with them. So with that, I wish everybody happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, be safe, and God bless you.
To adjourn.
Second.
Third.
Meeting adjourned.